Want ek het nie vir haar geken nie om alles vir haar te vertel nie.
Because she was unknown to me, for me to tell her everything.
Any other reason?
Nog een reden?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Did you not tell us that one of the reasons why you could have made a mistake is because you were very nervous?
Het u ook gezegd dat er andere reden waarom u niet vanaf alles gezegd vertellen, die was een beetje nervous?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, is it not correct that this person with the white hair who recorded your statement came to you because you informed the police that you want to make a statement?
Is het recht correct dat die persoon wat u vir die verklaring so gegee het, sê het na u toe gekom nadat u vir die polisie gesê het u wil 'n verklaring maak?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So you know why she came to you.
So u het geweet waarom sy na u toe gekom het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So when you told us that this lady just appeared and told you she's there to take your statement, you did not know or understand why? Was that correct?
As u so gesê het dan hierdie dame het opgedag en vir 'n verklaring en het geweet waarom nie. Dit was nie reg geweest nie.
That's correct, my lord. Kan meneer of my weer herhaal asseblief, want ek verstaan nou nie.
Can you repeat that? I don't understand.
You told us that this lady came to you and wanted you to make a statement. You did not know why she came to you.
U het gesê hierdie dame het na u toe gekom en vir u gevra om 'n verklaring te maak. U het geweet waarom sy verklaring sou.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, but now you are also saying you asked to make a statement.
Maar u het ook gesê u het gevra om 'n verklaring te gee.
That's correct.
That's right.
So which one is correct? She came to you, you did not know why, or you asked to speak to someone to make a statement?
Ek het gevra.
Wat is regte ene dat u sê na u toe gekom het, het u vir geken of het gevra om 'n verklaring te maak?
That's correct. Ek het gevra om 'n verklaring te maak.
I asked to make a statement.
Why did you want to make a statement?
Hoekom wou u 'n verklaring gee? Aflê.
My lord, ek verstaan nou nie, maar soos ek verstaan soos hulle vir my gesê het dat ek 'n statement gemaak het, die polisiemense wat na my toe gekom het en my kom aan.
I don't really understand, my lord, but what did the police who came to me explain to me?
Hulle het vir my gesê, maar daar gaan 'n vrou kom na my toe.
They said to me, a lady would come to me.
En had ek 'n verklaring by haar hier maak.
Then I must give a statement.
To haar.
Did you not tell the police, I want to explain everything I know?
En in die polisie gesê, ek wil alles verduidelik wat ek van kennis dra nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
So is that not the reason why they took you to the lady?
Is dit nie die rede waarom jy met hierdie dames gepraat het nie?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, it was upon your request and voluntarily that you decided to make a statement.
Dit is op u se versoek dat u besluit het om 'n verklaring af te lê.
That's correct.
That's right.
And you were comfortable with the person recording your statement.
Die persoon wat die verklaring met u van u geneem het, u was comfortable, man. Gemaklik om die verklaring af te lê.
Die persoon.
Die persoon wat u so met die verklaring gegee het, u was gemaklik met haar.
Nie regtig nie.
Not really.
What caused you not to be comfortable?
Wat maak u dat u nie met haar gemak was nie?
Van soos ek gesê het voorheen, ek was 'n bietjie bangerig vir haar gewees en dit is my eerste keer wat ek voor iemand gepraat het en 'n statement te gee en was 'n bietjie stressiger gewees.
As I said earlier, my lord, that I was a little scared of her. It was my first time for me to make a statement in front of a person, and I was a little bit nervous.
Would you say that you had more than 3 opportunities to come clean and speak the truth?
Kan u sê dat u meer as 3 geleenthede gehad om die waarheid te praat?
That's correct, my lord.
And you never took up any of those opportunities?
Sê u het geen van hierdie geleenthede van gebruik gemaak nie?
Ek het
I did.
When?
Wanneer?
Daar was die tyd gewees dat ek net in die gevangenis gewees het wat kaptein Lombard na my toe gekom het en saam met meneer Eben van Donder.
It was when Captain Lombard came to me whilst I was in custody and Advocate Van Tonder.
Which month was that, if you recall?
As u kon onthou watter maand sou dit wees?
Ek kan nie nou onthou, ek dink was Oktober maand gewees, voor Oktober maand.
I think it was in October or before October month, my lord.
And prior to October month, you did have opportunities, but you never make use of them.
Maar voor Oktober het u die geleenthede gehad, maar het u daarvan gebruik gemaak?
Ek het gebruik gemaak daarvan. Voor Oktober maand het ek my 204 verklaring die waarheid gegee.
I did take an opportunity because before October I made it, as witness says, a 204 with statement.
Ma'am, your 204 statement was made in October.
Die 204 verklaring was geneem in Oktober.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Before your 204 statement, did you make use of any opportunity to speak the truth and come clean?
Voor die 204 verklaring het u geleentheid gebruik om die waarheid te praat.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
When was that?
Wanneer sou dit wees?
Dit was voor Oktober maand het ek vir kaptein Lombard en vir Eben van Donder vertel.
Before October, when I told Captain Lombard and Advocate Van Donder.
Let me just check something. We know that she appeared from March onwards in the Magistrates Court in Vredenburg, as a matter of fact.
Dit is 'n feit dat julle so begin het verskyn van 'n Maart maand in Vredenburg landroskantoor.
When you appeared in the Magistrates Court, that's the court in Vredenburg.
Toe u so verskyn het in die landroskantoor in Vredenburg,
did you have a legal representative?
Het u 'n prokureur gehad?
Toe ek in Vredenburg hof gewees het.
Yes.
Ja.
Ek het 'n lawyer gehad, my lord.
I had a legal representative, my lord.
And who was that?
Wie was die persoon?
Ek weet nie of dit 'n kleerling is of wat, maar dit vir my gelyk het was dit twee al was gemix Kosa en Kala. Ek kan nie vir my lord sê wat is soort mense dit is, maar ek weet ek het 'n lawyer gehad, ek het sins na 'n lawyer toe.
And yeah.
Either of a Kosa or a colored one, but they were mixed, my lord. But I had someone representing me.
Do you know the name of the person?
Kan u die naam van die persoon onthou?
Nee, my lord.
No.
In one of the answers now you said you changed.
U het ongeveer gesê u het gechange.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct, my lord.
So I take it there was a second legal representative.
Second.
Legal representative.
So dis die tweede prokureur wat u gekry het toe u gechange het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And do you know who that person was?
Die persoon wat toe gechange was in tweede ene, weet nie wat sy naam is.
That is Ibn van Tonder.
Dat is Mr. Van Tonder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan. I'm just trying to get a timeline because you're going on the question of whether she had opportunities, and I'm not sure whether the legal representatives would then have approached the prosecution, etc. But you can continue.
Thank you, my lord. You agree with me, your first opportunity was the night the cops arrived and the search for Joshlin began. That was your first opportunity.
Sal u met my saamstem? Die eerste geleentheid so was die dag, die aand toe die polisie daar was om op soek na Joshlin. Dit was die eerste geleentheid om gebruik daarmee te maak.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And you did not take up that opportunity.
Maar u het gebruik gemaak van eie geleentheid.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Was that the first opportunity? Was the first opportunity not on Sunday, the 18th, when she became aware of the planning?
That is correct. That is correct, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
To reach out. Then, having slept on it, the next morning, when Kelly was gone, let's accept she might have been under the influence of Kelly or scared of Kelly, because she said she was hesitant. There's another opportunity. Kelly's not there. She's been told that they must keep Joshlin for 2 o'clock. To go to somebody and say they're going to take this child at 2 o'clock. Then, instead of going home and buying tuck, of course we don't know what the influence of the drugs would have been, because Kelly is gone to alert. Now, all of those potential opportunities, but the first opportunities where she encountered the authorities was on that night. So I just thought I'll clarify that with you.
Thank you, my lord.
So the first time that you saw a police official inquiring was that evening of the 19th.
Die eerste keer wat u polisiebeampte sou sien was die navraag van die 19de van Februarie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
And you did not say anything to the police official.
U het niks vir die polisie gesê.
Niks gesê nie.
Nothing, my lord.
Why not?
Hoekom nie?
Ek het vir Kelly gesê, maar die polisie het daar gestaan.
I told Kelly because while the police was standing there,
Maar die polisie het weggeloop.
but the police walked away.
My question to you is, why did you yourself not tell them?
My vraag aan u, hoekom het u self nie dit aan die polisie gesê nie?
Want ek was bang geweest en ek het geweet hoe om vir die polisie te sê nie, en ons moet ons monde hou en vir niemand vertel het nie.
I was scared. I didn't know how to tell the police. After we decided this not to tell anyone, you must keep quiet.
You were scared to tell them, but you told Kelly to tell them.
He was bang for hulle te sê, maar het vir Kelly wel gesê.
That's correct.
That's right.
But what were you scared of?
Wat was u bang voor?
Hulle gaf my opsluit.
They were going to lock me up.
And then you were arrested.
U was gearresteerd.
That's correct, my lord.
That was the other opportunity you had.
No. I'm going to get to the next opportunity. Did the fact that you were still expecting to receive some money, the 1,000 rand, play any role in you not telling the police on the evening of the 19th?
Het die hoop dat u een descendant zou krijgen enige rol gespeeld dat u de politie moet vertellen?
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord?
What role did it play?
Wat een rol heeft dat gespeeld?
Ons moet van niemand zeggen, nee.
We were not supposed to tell anyone.
So the next occasion is not the arrest, because remember, Constable Segobe, on the afternoon of the 20th. That's Exhibit O.
Yes, thank you, my lord. I actually made a mistake. I thought that Sikobe's statement was taken on 19. I will deal with that.
No,
Thank
But you did.
Yes, my lord.
That version that you gave to the police. Thank you, my lord. Was that correct?
Die weergawe wat u vir die polisie gesê het in die aan, was dit korrek geweest? That's correct.
I'm referring to Exhibit K.
Ek verwys na bewysstuk K.
Make it easy. Don't have to go to the statement with the witness, because we know the witness get confused. We're now talking about the night when the police came there. It was late in the evening, maybe early hours of the morning, and Ayanda opened the door and they asked whether you were there, and then he called you. You recall that evening?
En you know, en ons praat van die aand, dit was moontlik baie laat geweest, oggendure, toe die polisie daar opgedaag. Hy het nog die deur oop, waar hy aan het vir u naartoe het.
Was dit die maandag of die sondag?
Dis die maandag.
Monday.
Die maandag aan, na loadshedding.
That's right. That's why I'm saying it could have been the early hours of the morning, because we know load shedding was from 10 till midnight.
That's correct, my lord.
And that's also where he was upset with them bringing the police to the house.
Dus die tyd toe ongelukkig was, toe omdat die polisie na sy huis toe gebring het.
So that's the time we're talking about.
Ons praat van die tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you understand which part or which time we are referring to?
Verstaan u wat die tyd maak ons verwysing van?
That's correct, my lord.
You remember when you made that statement to the police official on that night?
Kan u die verklaring aan Lombard en die polisie gemaak het die aand?
Ik heb niet aan de verklaring genomen.
That's again where the confusion comes in. It might be linguistically correct to say it was a statement, but to make it easier for the witness, we should maybe ask her, what did she tell the police?
Thank you, my lord. When you were interviewed by Constable Sekobe, what did you say to him? No, it's Kobe.
It's Kobes.
Kobes. Apologies, my lord.
Toe u met Constable Kobese gepraat het, wat het u vir hom gesê?
As dit wel 'n vrou of 'n man, maar daar was ook 'n polisieman.
There were two men there that evening, two policemen.
Twee polismannen.
Ek onthou nog nie meer.
I remember now.
Yes. Please tell us.
Wat het u vir hom gesê?
Ek het vir hulle gesê, ek was aan die voethuis geweest.
I told them I was at Buta's house,
Ek het gewoon aan die voethuis
smoking at Buta's house.
en achterna toen de klaar over de voethuis te komen Stefano daar aan.
Then after I finished smoking, then Stefano arrived there.
En toen Stefano voor voethuis gezegd van die microfoon en die lieden niet aan wat hij en hij had het aan wat hij.
Then Stefano told Buddha about the microwave and the leaves and the hair tone.
En ik had vanavond voor voethuis gezegd, maar ik ga het naar huis toe.
From there I told Buddha to go home.
En dan Joshlin was gekomen aan mijn huis toe en dat is de reden van die terwijl ik hier kort had aan de kamer gedaan, ben ik gewoon eens misschien weg.
That's that very same night we're talking about.
Diezelfde aand was van praat.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Signaran.
Thank you. Are you sure, ma'am, about what story you're relaying to us?
As is zeker van wat die vir die polisie gesê het.
Meneer, ik is confused, want ik weet nog niet wanneer ik was zo'n politiemensen aan voor mij geweest en hij heeft geweest. Ik weet niet.
I don't really know now which police were talking about my lord, because there was quite certain bunch of police at my place. I really don't know now.
Mr. Signaran, just a moment. Ms. Longota, Ms. Lombard, I painstakingly tried to explain to you which incident we're talking about.
Ek het probeer om vir u te verduidelik van wat die dag of wat die voorval ons van praat.
And you confirmed and you said, now I remember.
U het toe bevestig het sê, ja nou, vir nou en nou.
How can you tell me now that you're getting confused?
Hoe kan u nou verloop sê, u word ek weer mekaar confused?
Maar daar was nog na, die politiemensen waren daar nog.
Yeah.
Because after that there were other policemen also.
So take a deep breath. We're going to that incident with the two policemen, and we know Nilo was there, Buddha was there, that came that night, and Kelly was there.
Ons gaan na die aand toe waar Nilo daar was, Buddha, Kelly.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Dit is die aand wat ons van.
When you were called from the room by Ayanda.
Ayanda het vir u die kamer gehou.
Right?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Are you telling me that you told this whole long story to the police that evening?
Want u nou vir die hof sê, hierdie lang storie wat u nou vir opgesê het, is die storie wat u vir die polisie het aangesê.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
What did you tell the police that evening, if anything?
Wat het u die polisie daai aangesê, as dat enige iets is wat u vir hulle gesê het?
Ik heb voor de politie gezegd, hoekom zei ik alleen niet wat ze me kunnen gemaakt hebben?
I said to the police, why doesn't Kelly tell you what she did with the child?
Did you say that to the police?
Het u vir die polisie nog gesê?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Did you say to both the policemen who were there interviewing?
Het u vir beide die polisie het gesê wat onder polisie gevoer het?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And what was their response?
Wat was hulle antwoord gewees?
Hulle het ons gepraat.
They didn't say a thing.
I just want to confirm, and you said this to them, to the police.
As u sê, vir hulle aan die polisie.
That you spoke to the police and you said to them, why don't Kelly tell you?
Ik heb van Kelly gekeken, dus zei Kelly, hoekom zei de politie waar je me kunt gaan maken?
I said to Kelly, why don't you tell the police what you did with the child?
And the police could hear that.
Kon die polisie dit hoor?
Hulle kon dit gehoor, meneer.
And
Cool, my
Puta
lord.
would have heard that.
Boeta moes dit ook gehoor het.
Dis correct, my lord.
And Nilo would have heard that.
En Nilo moes dit ook gehoor het.
Ek het nie van Nilo op te breek nie.
I didn't see Nilo on the outside.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney.
And when you were telling them that they should ask accused number 3, were they recording anything or writing down anything?
Who is Sir Mr. number 3 vir haar? Het hulle dit neergeskryf?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And after mentioning to them they should inquire from accused number 3, that's as far as you took it.
Nadat ek vir hulle gesê het dat hulle besluit nummer 3 moet vir hulle sê, dis die einde van dit.
Dis correct, my lord.
Now, when you made that statement that night,
Toe u die verklaring by aanmaak,
you only explained your movements on the 19th of February 2024. Is
u
that
het net verduidelik waar u was op die 19e.
Dis correct, my lord.
you had not mentioned what you had heard accused number 3 and number 1 discuss?
Maar u het daarvan gepraat wat u gehoor het wat besluit nummer 1 en 3 gepraat het.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You did not talk about the money that was promised.
U het het gepraat oor geld wat u hulle beloof was.
Nee, my lord.
No.
So, was that the truth that you told the police?
Was dit die waarheid dat u die polisie vertel het?
Ik heb alle hele waarheid. Ik heb gezegd wat er gebeurde ochtend is allemaal. Dat is niet waar.
I didn't give them the whole truth.
Ja.
I only explained to them what happened in the morning.
A yes or no will suffice. Did you tell them the truth that night?
En nee op 'n jaar sal dit genoeg wees sê wie vir die waarheid vertel.
Ja.
Yes.
How can that be if you never tell them anything about what you knew?
Kom sal dit die waarheid wees as ek hulle niks gesê het van wat u van kennis dra nie.
Nee, dat is niet waar.
As die waarheid. It was not the truth.
I'm confused now. What was not the truth?
Ek is deur mekaar wat was die waarheid nie.
Want ik wil de politie vertellen gezegd de politie. Want ik wil de politie gezegd, de politie tellen niet wat ze niet kunnen gemaakt hebben.
What I said to the police, why can't you tell me what you did with the child?
You agree with me? Excuse me. That was an opportunity for you to come clean.
So u met my saamstem, dit was 'n geleentheid waar ek kon skoon die waarheid gepraat het.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
So why did you not make use? Why did you have to lie?
Kom ek besluit om die waarheid te praat. Can you repeat the question?
Why did you not then make use of that opportunity when you were being interviewed and explain exactly what you knew?
Kom ek in die geleentheid gemaak van haar geleentheid om te verduidelik wat u van kennis dra.
Ik was bang geweest.
I was scared.
You agree with me that besides accepting the payment,
No, let's just clear up this answer. I thought you were going to go and check on the answer. You were scared of what?
Maar wat was die bang?
Om die waarheid te zeggen.
To speak the truth. To tell the truth, my Lord.
Now, you telling me that you said loudly to Kelly so that the police can hear.
But if you may say here, they took a person of the police can work for Kelly.
That's correct, my Lord.
But I'm not done.
Nog niet klaar niet?
You told her that she must tell the police what she did to the child.
Hij zei hier vaak gezegd, zei de politie wat hij met die kind gemaakt.
You weren't scared to say that to Kelly in front of the police.
Was hij niet bang om dit voor Kelly te zeggen en tegenwoordigheid van de politie niet?
Nee, maar ik was kwaad geweest dat ik het had gezien.
I wasn't scared, I was angry when I told the baby.
You just told me that you were scared. That's why you didn't speak up.
Hij heeft gezegd, hij was bang, daarom heb hij niet uitgepraat.
So what is it now? Scared or angry?
Wat is het nou? Was hij kwaad of was hij bang?
Ik was kwaad van geweest. Want ik wil niet plus naar mij.
I was angry with her. I bring the police to my house.
Yes, Mr. Sitting.
Thank you, Lord. Because you were angry with her, you spoke loudly in front of the officials. At that stage, were you not scared of them?
Omdat hij kwaad was, hij voor die officieren of die ambten gepraat. Op daar stadium was hij niet bang geweest.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct.
But you were scared for you to tell them the truth because you were scared they would arrest you.
Maar hij was ook bang geweest om in waarheid te praten, want hij was bang als hij gearresteerd.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So when you were angry with Kelly, you were not scared.
Toen hij bang, toen hij kwaad was voor Kelly, was hij niet bang geweest.
Hij was bang geweest.
Hij was scared as well.
So because you were scared, you never make use of this chance to speak the truth.
Hij heeft gemaakt van hierdie kans niet, want hij was bang.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Any other time?
Are you moving off that evening? Are you moving off the evening now?
My Lord, I just want to find out if there was any other chance that she spoke to anyone else.
No.
on that evening.
Let's finish that evening. Let's
Thank
take it step by step.
Later on in that evening,
The same incident with those policemen, where you were angry that they brought the police to your house and you were scared, or none of it, or both of it. I'll have to find out when I go through my notes which one it is. We're speaking about that evening. I don't want you to be confused.
Je moet niet door elkaar raken, want het spraat van de aandacht die kwaad en ook bang was. Dit is de aandacht wat is nog niet bezig was.
Did you tell them that you sent Joshlin to your house? You sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
Het u voor hulle gesê dat u vir Joshlin gestuur na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na die kinders.
I didn't say children, I said child.
Kind.
Ik heb hulle gesê van dan nie van Joshlin nie.
Sommige my boete wat met Joshlin.
So if the police told this court that you told them you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child, they would have made up that story.
As die polisie sou sê, u het vir hulle gesê dat u Joshlin gestuur het na u huis toe om te gaan kyk na u kind. Sal dit 'n storie wees, sal het verkeerd wees.
Dis sal reg wees, my lord.
Ek wil die reg doen.
So did you tell them that?
Het nie dan wil dit gesê.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
You didn't use drugs today. You didn't use any drugs today.
Dit geen dwelms meer gebruik nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
We know that that evening you told us you used drugs.
Ons weet nog dat u vir hom gesê dat hy al die tik gebruik.
Dis korrek, my lord.
But you can remember clearly now that that's what you told them.
Maar u kan wel vandag mooi onthou dat wat u vir hulle gesê het.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Now, so you told them that you sent Joshlin to your house to check on your child.
U sê u het vir gesê, u het vir Joshlin gesê na u huis om te gaan kyk vir die kind.
Dis korrek.
And you didn't tell them that you were aware that Kelly had sold the child to a Sangoma. You didn't tell them that.
Maar u het wel gesê dat u weet dat Kelly die kind in sy mamma gekoop het.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
But he told Kelly in their presence to tell them.
Maar u het wel vir Kelly gesê, Kelly sê vir hulle,
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Singh.
Thank you. Did you, on that same Monday night now, the 19th, did you speak to any other police official?
dieselfde aand van die 19e, u met enige ander polisman gepraat?
Daar was dit nog 2 polismannen daar gekomen. Toen is ongeveer was wel maar nog polismannen naar de street gekomen.
There were other policemen who came to me, my lord. I don't know whether they were the 2 or how many, but they were policemen who came to me.
Did you tell them what you knew?
Het u vir hulle gesê wat u van kennis het?
Ik heb die wel gezien.
I didn't tell them, my lord.
Did they ask you if you knew anything?
Het hulle u gevra of u enige kennis het?
Alles mij gevraagd, een van de wijswaardigheidspapieren van wat Kelly's kennis altijd zo spelen.
They said, and I showed them where are the neighbors, where Kelly's children are placed now and then.
So, did they ask you questions relating to Joshlin?
Het hulle vir u vrae gevra in verband met Joshlin?
Ja, weet je wel.
Yes, they asked.
So then, why didn't you at that time then tell them when they were asking about Joshlin?
Toe hulle vir u vra oor Joshlin gekom het, u nie hulle hy het gesê.
Dus ik zei, ik was aangewezen, maar ik ben een vraag van waar speelt Joshlin, wat zij speelt Joshlin gewoonlijk.
As I said, my lord, I was scared, but they asked me as to where does Joshlin usually place, which house.
The following day, did you meet any police officials?
Die volgende dag het die enige polisielede ontmoet.
This
of
is the
gezien.
20th.
Nee?
This will be the 20th of February 2020.
20 February.
Why don't we just go straight to the point? We know that she met with Detective Constable Sikhole.
Yes, thank you, my lord. We have already discussed the statement you made to Sikhole.
Klaar oor die verklaring gepraat met u aan Detective Constable Sikhole gemaak het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's Exhibit O.
Thank you, my lord. What is contained in that statement or Exhibit O? Is that correct?
Wat in hierdie verklaring staan bewys dit oor. Is dit reg?
Dat is niet heel waarheid, hè.
It's not the whole truth, my lord.
You agree with me that in Exhibit O, you don't make any mention of what you heard and what the plan was.
Sal u met my saamstem, hierdie bewys dit oor. Staan daar geen dat u van wat u gehoor het en wat die plan was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
In fact, in Exhibit O, you just relay what you did on the day. You make no reference to anything relating to the offense.
Relating to?
The offense.
U op een bewys dit oor. U sê niks in verband verwys met die voorval.
Ik besta niet van meer.
Verdwijnen van die.
Let me try and simplify it. And I'm going to take you a few steps back.
Gaan ek hier terugneem.
So this is a terrible thing that Kelly did.
Wat Kelly gedoen is iets wat baie terrible is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
So much so that the previous evening you told her to tell the police what you did with her child.
Om dit moet verder te neem, dit te bewys dat u het gesê het, die vorige aand, sê die polisie wat u met die kind gedoen het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Sidney is asking you
Probeer van vir u,
the next day,
volgende dag,
Tuesday,
Dinsdag.
Detective Constable Segobe came to you, the woman we spoke about yesterday, where Ms. Mkabai took you through the whole statement.
Detective Constable Segobe het u na die gekom, die dame wat u met die prokureur met u gister besig was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You told her nothing about this horrible thing that Kelly allegedly did.
U het niks van gesê oor die gruwsame ding wat Kelly gedoen het.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidner. And I take it you're not going to go through the whole statement. You're merely marking out all the milestones of opportunities to come clean.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, I'm not going to deal further with the statement that you made to Segobe or Exhibit O.
Ek gaan nie verder met die verklaring wat een Segobe gemaak het. Verder daarmee te doen.
I just want to put it to you that that was an opportunity for you to come clean. And
Ek
you
sal net
have
uitwys dat dit was die geleentheid waar u moes die waarheid gepraat het, skoon uit te kom.
Dat is recht zo, my lord.
That's correct.
And without having to go through every opportunity, there was another time, and this was upon your request when you made your confession.
No, let's not go so fast. We had the evidence of the TikToker. We were going to start with the evidence of Colonel Morris. And I was told that Colonel Morris will present evidence of interviews or statements made in the public domain on social media by the accused. Remember, she was also an accused in this case. Let's check with the witness prior to arrest whether there were any interviews she gave. Because I don't know what Captain Morris will cover. So that we don't. Did you give any interviews or appear on, what did they call it, lives or TikToks and stuff like that before you were arrested?
Voor die arrestatie het u al ooit gepraat op die sociale dat this was TikTok live in verband met jullie forum?
Dus ik kan het op manier als ik heb nog gezien op de TV, wat me gewezen waren in de license voor het eerst staan wat de politie moment voor de gemeenschap ook komen.
What I can remember, my lord, I can remember I see myself in front of my house where the police and a lot of people were.
Maar in het natuurlijk aan hier dat er staan daarbij, die gewoon gedeelte ook aan taal was, daar wat de gemeenschap ook staan, dat ik er daar in de maal, ik kan er niet in zeggen, en maar toen is het mij aangevallen ook, maar dat wilde maken, maar ik heb gepraat, al mijn vragen gevraagd, al ik dan of dat op TikTok of Facebook of.
And the other incident where I was standing on the side of Kawash, where I was in the middle of this crowd of people, whether I don't know whether they are taking or not or something, but they asked me questions and I answered with my child on my hip. I don't know whether was it on TikTok or what.
Question is,
The vraag is,
and I don't know how many times, I'm sure if Captain Morris will come and testify, it will be even-handed presentation. It will cover the accused and the state witness, and not one-sided. So I want an objective presentation. So now you've told us about two incidents. One was in front of your house, you said the other one is near a car wash. Did you tell the truth then?
ik praat van twee incidenten voor de huis en in de Kawash. Gedurende die twee gebeurten, iedereen heeft maar gepraat.
Nee, mijn lord.
No, my lord.
Can you recall if you gave a version what you said?
Kan iemand nou, als ik nog iets gezegd heb, wat is zo gezegd?
Dus ik wil nog eens even wat net van die mannen of zo ook wel goed aan de Zwitserse gelijk op en ik heb dan schreef van Joshlin dus aan.
When I told them about it was that way and put us out that Monday, then we smoked and they put about Joshlin, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. You may cover that field further if you want to. If there's nothing there, then we can go to the between the 13th and the 15th. Oh no, there's still the abduction in between as well. And I don't know why I don't know whether there will be evidence as to who these people are. Are you going to ask her about it?
Thank you, my lord. Why did you not speak the truth when you interviewed by the media or any TV news coverage network or whatever the case is?
Voor met in die waren gepraat toen ik een TV of die mensen vragen praten.
Dus ik dus in de Spanje geweest. Dat is mijn eerste keer wat ik voor mij. Ik zeg gepraat met ze komen. Ik heb die waarheid van zeggen.
As I said, I was scared. It was my first time talking in front of people. I didn't tell them the truth.
And also because at that time you had promised that you would keep quiet.
That's what irritated me.
That's correct, my lord.
And on the previous occasions that we've just dealt with, besides being scared, it was also that you chose not to because you had agreed not to speak the truth.
He said it was late. He can't even marry, but he was late.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, before being asked to make your confession, you say there was an incident where you were taken away from the accommodation that was arranged for you.
He gezegd voordat hij bekennis gaat maken, hij was toen verwijderd en de plek waar hij gehouden was.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
These people You said their faces were covered. You said these people's faces were covered. Their faces were covered. We could not see their faces.
Nee, my lord, I never said to receive it.
No, my lord, I couldn't see the faces.
All of them?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
All of the time?
Julle date?
Niet die hele tijd, ja, dat kom maar, dus kijk eens hoe weet, zo was het geweest.
They would come every day, my lord, but different people would come.
Because if I understand the evidence correctly, there was one occasion where you actually went via the police station. So I would find it surprising if they would wear balaclavas going to the police station.
He had ook gezegd dat het familie van jullie de politie geweest was. He was verbaasd dat de balaclavas.
No, I would be surprised.
If
people would go to the police station with balaclavas. Remember, the story that you are relating to us is that these people also took Ayanda to the police station.
That's correct, my lord.
And at some stage, you indicated that they were actually working with the police.
That's correct, my lord.
And they then took you away to Lombard. To Lombard area.
That's correct, my lord.
That's also where you were tortured.
That's correct, my lord.
Then at some stage they brought you back to go on a search and a hunt with them.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, brother. Did these people question or interrogate you?
Hulle het vir my gesê, dat Stefano, as die iemand van hulle gesê, ek het nie gekom het, maar Stefano sê van hulle gesê, dat ja, ek het gesien waar, dat ek aan het Joshlin geloof.
They just said to me, I don't know how they find it out, but they said, Stefano said, I know where Joshlin walked.
En dat was vir die navraag gedoen van Makalimo en sy sister, van Ayanda.
They even asked me about Makalimo and Ayanda's sister and about Ayanda.
And what was your response?
Wat was die antwoord geweest?
Ek het vir hulle gesê, soos ek verstaan is Makalima en Ayanda, soos ek verstaan is ons sister.
I said to them, I understand Makalima and Ayanda be brother and sister.
En toe vra hulle vir my, van is Makalima as Angoma, toe sê nie, maar ek ken van sy sister as Angoma nie.
Then they wanted to know from me, is Makalima a Sangoma? And I said to them, I don't know her to be a Sangoma.
Let's cut that long story short. The point the only reason I raised it is, did you tell them what you knew about Joshlin?
If I listen
to a Sangoma.
If I listen what you get from Joshlin that Kelly has to cook at the Sangoma.
Nee, my lord.
No, I did not.
Okay, now you can go to, there are no other potential incidents that, from the evidence that I could gather. So, if you want to go to the arrest and what happened thereafter.
Thank you, my lord.
Now I'm just looking at my watch not to adjourn, so let's continue.
Thank you, my lord. Now, eventually you were arrested.
Yes, ek toe gearresteerd.
You then decided you want to come clean and speak the truth.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms.
And that is when Captain Silius, the female with the white hair, came and interviewed you.
Does it take to Captain Silius, the blanke dame, die kom praat?
That's correct, my lord.
That's not what the question was. There was no reference to the color of the person's skin. There was a reference to the color of the hair. It was interpreted differently by the interpreter.
Yara, Padara,
Yeah, it said white hair.
Padara, Dama, Padara.
And when she came to you,
To say that you come,
she explained to you the reason that she was there.
say, and if a date, waarom say he was the rede waarom say na hy gekom
That's correct, my lord.
het. Right?
We were there this morning. You don't have to traverse all of that. Go back to the meet.
Yes. And she asked you if you had been forced or threatened in any way to make a statement.
Sy het vir gevra, was die bedreig of was die gemaak om die verklaring te maak?
That's correct, my lord.
Correct?
And you said you were not and you were happy to make a statement.
I didn't hear
You said that you were not threatened or assaulted or influenced in any way and that you were happy to make a statement.
Hy het gesê hy was gedreig of geforseer om die verklaring te maak. Hy was gereed om die verklaring te maak.
That's correct, sir.
She also explained to you that she was in no way involved.
Sy het ook aan die verdediging dat sy op geen betrokke is.
That's correct.
And for that reason, there was nothing for you to fear. Because you were
Ja,
not
van die rede
involved.
dat sy nie betrokke is nie, dat dit verkeer dat ek het geen rede om bang te word te raak nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then one of the questions she posed to you after explaining that she was,
Een van die vrae wat sy vir my gevra het, dat sy dit aan die verdediging was,
do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent?
wil jy enige van hierdie grondwetlike regte gebruik maar dat jy moet stil bly?
And your answer in Afrikaans was, ja, ek wil alles wat ek weet met my vrou deel en net die waarheid.
Yes, I want everything that I know to share with you, lady, only the truth.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you tell her, oh, before we get there, you said you did not trust her.
Jy het gesê jy het haar nie vertrou nie.
Why do you say that?
I didn't hear you.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê jy dit?
Hy was bang om vir die hele waarheid te sê.
I was scared of her to tell the whole truth.
Maar ek het ken nie waarheid ken nie vader.
She was unknown to me.
Yes. Any other reason?
Enige ander rede?
Nee.
No.
So you had requested to speak with her. Someone was brought to you and then you did not do so because you were scared of it.
Jy het besluit jy wil die waarheid praat, maar iemand is gebring na jy toe, maar jy het nie oor die waarheid gepraat, want jy was bang.
That's correct, my lord.
And another reason was that you were under the influence.
Ander rede was dat omdat jy onder die invloed was.
You've asked all these questions
Yes,
this morning. I don't know whether you forgot. And they've been answered.
Why did you still make a statement?
Om het nie voortgegaan om 'n verklaring te maak.
Met die vrou nou.
Yes, the same statement to the lady with the white or grey hair.
Selfde dame met die wit of grys haar.
Ek het sê, maar besluit ek gaan maar verder.
I just decided I'm going to carry on talking to her and tell her.
Tell her what?
Say her what happened on the day. But I didn't tell her the whole truth.
Was most of what you told her the truth, or only some of it was the truth?
Was meestal wat u vir gesê het die waarheid, of was net van wat u vir gesê het die waarheid? Most of it was the truth.
Now, you had an opportunity to go through those statements over the weekend that you made.
U het 'n geleentheid om die verklaring te gaan oor die naweek.
That's correct.
Right?
And certain things would be there or not be there because you were scared or did not trust the person.
Sekere goede sou opkom in die verklaringe. Sekere sou nie dan wees nie, omdat die bang was.
And certain things may be there or not there because you are under the influence.
Of van die goede sou daar wees nie, of daar wees, omdat jy onder die invloed was.
That's correct.
Now, just from what you recall, you know what you were not 100% honest with because you were afraid.
Jy weet, jy was nie eerlik gewees want jy was bang.
That's correct.
What lie or what were you not truthful about?
Wat was jy nie, wat het jy nie die waarheid gepraat van,
Because of the lack of trust.
omdat jy die persoon nie vertrouw het.
Soos ek gesê het, is dit dat ek het die verhaal vertel van Joshlin nie,
I didn't tell about Joshlin.
en ek het die verhaal vertel van wat ons beplan nie,
I didn't tell about the plan.
en ek het die verhaal vertel van hoe Kelly weggaan met zo'n hoe Kelly met zo'n gevat van die snap nie.
And I didn't even tell as to how Kelly took Joshlin from the house.
Wait. Are we talking about the same view and exhibit R?
Yes, my lord.
Because that's the danger of just asking an open-ended question. Because I'm listening to what the witness is saying, and some of the things that she says she didn't say, it's in fact contained in the statement. I thought the basic principle of cross-examination is you ask leading questions.
My lord, I can deal with
That's cross-examination 101. And we know the witness that we're working with. I don't want to sit here and listen to the whole story again, and 1 second later, the story is different because the witness didn't understand the question. Just ask her direct questions, preferably leading questions, because it is cross-examination.
Thank you, my lord.
And then we'll save a lot of time and we'll get to the point quicker. And short questions and keep it precise. I'm not criticizing Mr. Sidnaran, but we can't go on like this. And just listen to the question and just answer the question. I don't want to hear the whole story again. The question as a yes or no, and hopefully if counsel is going to ask leading questions, the answers will just be yes or no. Because it will be a leading question.
Inlet mooi luister naar de vraag, waar de probeer gaan vragen. Vanuit van die vraag zal Lener vraag is, hoor, maar de hof zei ik net ja of nee te zeggen. Die hoeft niet een hele story verlof te geven.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, let's try again.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Sivnarayan, maybe I should take a short adjournment. We've been going on for an hour and a half now. Let's take until 12:30. That's 13 minutes. And then you can just take your thoughts together. We'll give everybody a break, and then we will proceed after that until 10:30.
All right.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, in your examination in chief,
Just a moment. I have noticed there were elderly people coming in at the back whilst we were busy. I've also noticed that there was a person that's been here yesterday and today that was walking with a cane. I suspect the blue chairs are more comfortable than those red ones. If it is possible, if I see a chair standing right at the back there, I see one there. For the people that are uncomfortable, I'm talking about the elderly or partially disabled, and if it's possible to give them more comfortable chairs, I will have no problem with that. Can happen in the background whilst we are busy. Yes.
thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, you recall towards the end of your evidence in chief, you were asked if you were satisfied with your statement that you made to the lady with the grey hair.
Nou, gedurende de tijd dat ik zo klaar met die Christenvraag was gevraagd, was ik tevreden met de inhoud van de verklaring wat die aan de Kamer gegeven door de Grijsraad. U was goed gevraagd, geloof ik.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, I got it. I remember.
And thereafter, you wanted to make a few changes or corrections.
Nadat we die zitten op de rechtszaak.
That's good.
Right?
And one of the corrections was that you made a mistake when you said that it was Kelly and accused number 1 who went to the white polo bear.
Een van die veranderingen wat ik toegemaakt heb, verbetering wat ik gemaakt heb, die heeft gezegd, ik ook gemaakt wat is opgezet, beschuldigd nummer 3 en 1 is naar die polo die worden verbetering eraan gemaakt.
That's correct.
That's correct?
Now, was this a mistake or what was it?
Was dit een fout geweest of wat was het?
Het was een fout geweest.
Was een mistake.
And what would you say contributed to this mistake? It was being under the influence or your fear?
Wat het toegemaakt dat wat het bij klaar gaat, dat die report gemaakt was omdat die bang was of omdat die omdat de invloed was.
The invloed was.
Under influence.
Can you explain further?
Kan ik verder verdedigen?
Ik heb hier antwoord niet.
I don't have an answer.
So, you made a mistake because you were under the influence.
Hier de fout gegaan en die was onder invloed.
That's correct en bang geweest.
And scared. That's correct.
So because you were under the influence, you were mistaken or you could have been incorrect.
Aangezien die onder de invloed was het die fout gemaakt, die was verkeerd geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Before I proceed, let's just ascertain this then.
Voordat ik voortga, is het goed iets recht maken.
You were smoking drugs regularly before this incident.
Hier wel eens het gebruik dagelijks voor die voorval.
That's correct, my lord.
And just prior to this incident, you were smoking mandrax and tuck.
Voordat die voorval het een mens en te geworden.
That's correct.
How does smoking or using these drugs affect your mental abilities?
Hoe betas gebruik van die balans die manier van
It was my volle positief geweest nie.
I wasn't in my full positive.
Can you explain that?
Duidelijk.
Mijn gedachten was heel erg bij die vrouw geweest.
My mind wasn't really with this woman, at this woman.
So, those things that you said to her because you were under the influence, was that something you knew or something you came up with?
I didn't hear that last part. I don't know whether they moved the microphone during the adjournment, but I can't hear you properly.
My Lord, I'll try to stand closer to the mic.
Please, because I want to follow the question and then listen to the answer, and sometimes it fades, just to ensure that I can follow properly. Thank you, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you, my Lord. I was asking you about the effect of the drugs on you. And when you answered, or when you gave an explanation while you were under the influence, that information that you gave, where did you get it from?
You know you will class and you personal here under you information to what you where did that
Het was mijn eigen, ik weet niet hoe te zeggen. Het was mijn eigen woorden wat ik gedaan was.
It was my own words.
It was something that you had made up.
Is that opmaken?
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Yes, explain to us.
And we must forgive. I don't understand the real.
Let's take a step back. You told us that not everything you told Captain Sylvia was the truth.
He heeft erop gezegd, niet alle dat hier aan Captain Sylvia gezegd dat is waar.
That's correct, my Lord.
You also told us those were your own words.
Je hebt ook gezegd dat is mijn eigen woorden.
That's correct, my Lord.
So they came from your own mind through your own mouth.
Het komt van je eigen gedachten door je eigen mond.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now Mr. Seabright says, if it was not the truth, then it must be something that you made up.
That's correct, my Lord.
Thank you, ma'am. And you then went on to say that you also made a mistake when you said that Kelly took Joshlin back to the motor vehicle to show that this is Joshlin.
Je hebt ook gezegd, je hebt foto gemaakt en je gezegd dat Kelly is terug na die foto toen gaan wijzen dat het Joshlin is.
You recall it?
En je het gelooft?
That's correct, my Lord.
Can you recall my Lord?
Now that mistake, what was the cause of that mistake or correction?
Wat was die foto of die verbetering?
Dat was mijn eigen afleiding geweest.
It was my own assumption, my Lord.
So this is something that you just assumed.
That's what we angeneem.
That's correct, my Lord.
Correct?
And you also corrected the number of times that accused number 3 went to the white polo that day.
Je wordt ook verbeterd met zo'n hoeveel keer is toch nummer 3 naar het polo zo gegaan.
De maandag of zondag.
Would that be the Monday or the Sunday?
On the Sunday.
Zondag.
Ze is niet één keer naar de polo toe gegaan.
She only went once to the polo.
No.
Yeah, it is. the initial question was that you made a correction from what you initially said. Because initially was that she came back to fetch Joshlin and then to Joshlin again, so it could have been twice.
Maar die eerste getuienis was geweest, iets is ek gekom, dat was ons gevat, na die kroon probeer, om te wijs die Joshlin was.
Can you recall that?
Kan jy dit onthou?
That's correct, my
Kan jy
lord.
recall dat onthou?
So the correction you made was that she only went once.
Die verandering of verbetering wat die aangebring het is dat sy net een keer gegaan in die polo toe.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Now, that mistake, was it as a result of fear or being under the influence?
Was hierdie fout omdat die bang was of omdat die onder invloed was?
Invloed was.
Influence. Under influence.
That was on a Sunday.
Dit is zondag.
That is so love, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. You also...
No, I thought you were going to follow up on that one. But you told me that on that Sunday you only smoked after the event.
Jy het ook gesê, zondag uit die middag gehoor.
That's correct, my lord.
So how could the mistake then be as a result of being under the influence?
Maar wat sou dan veroorsaak dat hierdie fout sou wees is verband dit was terwille van die onder invloed was?
Dit was van die bank, was bang geweest, niet de invloed.
I was scared under the influence.
Thank you, my lord. And then it was also pointed out to you, or you mentioned, that you were able to hear and see everything. And that was corrected to state that you could only see what was going on.
Can you repeat it again?
In your confession, you mentioned that you could hear and see what was going on. Your correction in court was that you could only see what was happening.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, when you said you could hear and see, what caused that error?
As Jesus said that Jesus hoor en gesien, wat sou dit wees?
Dus ik zei, was mijn eigen afleiding.
As I said, that was my own assumption.
What do you mean it was your own assumption?
Wat bedoel je daarmee?
Ik denk dat ik van gezien heb, toen ik mijn eigen afleiding maar ik kan gehoord en ik kan gezien heb.
When I saw him, I thought I could hear and I could see. That's why I assumed that I could hear and I could see.
You thought you could hear.
Je gedachte kon horen.
That's correct, my lord.
And the final thing which you had changed was that when the planning of what was going to happen actually took place. According to the confession, this occurred on a Monday. You then corrected it and said it was on a Sunday evening.
That's correct.
What caused that error? What caused that error?
Ik is weer teruggegaan en weer gaan zeker maken waar ik die foto gemaakt heb.
I just went back and made sure where I made those mistakes.
No, the question was,
Vraag was,
why or what was the cause that you made that mistake between the Sunday and the Monday?
wat is de oorzaak dat jullie van schuld zo wegmaken van de soort van de zondag op die maandag?
Ik heb de antwoord, my lord.
I don't have an answer, man.
Could it been, you do recall that the person recording your statement tried to clarify with you before you got to the event of that Monday morning?
Kan u onthou wat die persoon dit aan u verbeter of het u gepraat voordat u gesê dat die maandag gaan gebeur?
Not whether,
Verstaan, my lord.
it was translated con. The context of the question is, can you recall that she in fact clarified with you between the Monday and the Sunday?
U sê verbeter dat u in verband was met die tussen sondag en die maandag?
No. I never used the word explained. That Captain Sylvia clarified, opgeklaar het. That's the Afrikaans. Can you recall, remember I watched, all of us would have watched Exhibit 1. So we could see you sitting there with Captain Sylvia, and we could hear the discussion that took place. Now Mr. Signarein asked you that when you got to that place, just before it says op die waardagoggend, that she first clarified things with you. Can you recall that? I know you might not have seen the video recently, or might never have seen the video, but can you recall such an incident?
Meestal van nou dat hy die spesifieke wat ek ongelukkig gesien het, maar het ook weer op Captain Sylvia al opgeklaar.
Nee, my lord.
No.
Thank you. Ma'am, as put to you by the court, we all had an opportunity to view Exhibit 1.
Meestal van ons het al gewete gehad dat ek na die polisie hier.
And I'm putting it to you.
Gentlemen, I don't want to correct the interpreter all the time. That was not the question. Question was not that most of us viewed Exhibit 1. The question was all of us viewed Exhibit 1.
Al van ons het gekyk na die polisie. Almal van ons.
Are you aware of that?
Dry kennis aan?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And I put it to you, it's clear in Exhibit 1,
Dis duidelik in die polisie.
where the captain questions you and ensures that you had dealt with the night of the 18th and that you were moving on to the following day, the Monday.
Sy seker gemaak dat julle so met die vorige aand daarvan gepraat het en nie so voortgaan na die maandag.
That's correct.
Yes, and she made sure that you understood that. Is that correct? She made sure that you were aware now, we are done with Sunday now, we're definitely moving on to Monday.
Sy het seker gemaak as jy klaar is, dat so weer die sondag, dat is nou die maandag gaan eerder gebeur. As jy klaar met sondag, ons gaan op maandag gebeur.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. And that's when you mentioned to her that the plan was discussed on that Monday morning.
He had no further say that the plan was to kill it so he was a correct man offer. He had no further say the plan was to consistent the man offer.
No. Question is not that it was discussed amongst them, that the plan was discussed. It's only that the plan was discussed that Monday morning.
The plan was to spread the man offer.
That's correct, my lord.
And the reason I want to be precise on that question is because of what is going to follow. Because you're going to take the witness where she was when she heard this discussion of the plan. But if the question is not properly put to the witness in Afrikaans, then the witness will get confused. So I had to clarify that.
Thank you, Madam. Now, according to this confession to the lady with the white hair,
Volgens is the bekentenis met die dame met die blonde hare.
you were standing outside
He had buiten gestaan.
when you heard accused 1 and 3 speak about the money.
Accused 1 and 3.
Speak about the money.
Hulle gepraat oor die geld.
That's correct, my lord.
You were not in the house with them.
He was in Israel.
Die Sondag.
Sunday.
Ma'am, I'm reading from your statement. This is in your statement. You say,
Hier vanaf die verklaring sê.
Maybe, let's do the following, so that the witness is not confused and keep on asking what day of the week it was. The statement reads, and I'm going to read it slowly. Maandagoggend
Monday morning,
gaan ek terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
I went back to Puta and Kelly's house.
Toe hoor ek
Then I heard
buitekant. Ek staan buitekant.
I was standing outside.
Kelly en Boeta gesels oor die geld.
Kelly and Puta were talking about the money.
Hoeveel gaan Kelly en hoeveel gaan sy in vir die persone gee wat teenwoordig was?
How much is going to give the person who was present? How much Kelly? How much would give it to the person who was present?
Did you understand?
Persons, my lord. Persone, persons.
Yeah, that's what I read. Vir die persone wat teenwoordig was. Did you understand that?
Ek het dit verstaan.
That's correct, my lord.
This is what's written down here. Now you will recall that it was read back to you at the later stage by Captain Sylvia.
Je kan onthou dat dit teruggeneem was op 'n later stadium deur Kaptein Sylvia.
That's correct, my lord.
And the other day I explained to you what one can see on the video.
Die ander dag het ek vir julle gesê wat ek kon sien op die video.
You were looking at her or down almost to where she was writing.
En vir die sertifikaat.
You were looking at Captain Sylvia, but more to the spot on the table where she was writing.
Jy het na gekyk, maar hier na die kant was dit geskryf. En er was geskryf.
That's correct.
And she was noting everything that you said. every word.
Sê het geskryf by alles wat die van gesê het, elke woord wat die van gesê het.
Dis reg so, my Lord.
That is why, when I read now,
Dis hoekom sy het ooit gelees het.
one had a sentence that says, toe hoor ek buitekant, ek staan buitekant. It seems like a repetition, but it's your own clarification of where you were standing. Do you understand?
Die het dit weer herhaal, toe hoor ek, toe staan ek buitekant, dis herhaal dieselfde, kan jy verstaan?
Dis correct, my Lord.
Do you now understand the questions that Mr. Signorine is posing to you relates to that part that you told Captain Sylvia?
Die vraag van discussie met die Christus opgered is in verband met wat u aan Captain Sylvia gesê het.
Soos ek gesê het, ek was banger en was
No,
stress.
I don't want your explanations now. I just want for you to be clear what you're talking about. That's all.
Dis correct, my Lord, I understand.
And it's clear from what I've read to you
Dus deze van wat ik geleerd en wat ik gelees het,
on what you told Captain Sylvia,
wat die vir Captain Sylvia gesê het,
that this happened on the Monday morning.
die het plaasgevind in die maandagoggend.
Ek verstaan, my Lord.
Understand?
Thank you, Mr. Signorine.
Thank you, my Lord.
Are you close to done
I'll get close, my Lord.
to get to putting your client's version?
Beg
Are
your
you
pardon?
close to finishing off?
Not really, my Lord.
We don't have to rehash everything that's been covered by your colleagues on these statements because we are repeating. But continue, but I'm not going to go back to all the statements.
Yes, my Lord. Now, ma'am, you agree that there is another mistake in this because it does not mention that you were actually present during this discussion and the sharing of the money.
Het is wel verkeerd in die verklaring, maar jullie sê jy was teenwoordig toe jullie gesprek passe van die verklaring. In die verklaring staan nie, maar jy sê er was deel van die gesprek.
Ek het die antwoord nie.
Wanneer we answer,
I put it to you
ek stel het aan die,
that it is not here and you do not have an answer because it did not happen.
jy het nie antwoord van dit het plaasgevind. Dit het gebeur,
Dit het gebeur.
het happened.
In your
My Lord,
confession,
my Lord, in all fairness, if I may, the same document and in that paragraph, it refers to hoeveel gaan sy vir die mense gee wat teenswoordig was. And in the next paragraph, when you turn the page to page 5, hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee, laat ek net die sin volledig wees, te sê ek vir haar, by my gaan dit nie oor geld nie. Hoeveel gaan sy vir my gee nie? Ek vra vir haar, Kelly, hoekom het sy dit gedoen? En toe sê sy vir my, which implies that she was there, she's speaking, this is a conversation with Kelly. I'm merely saying that is open to interpretation. It's not the
You
only.
can argue that.
Thank you, my
I would have
Lord.
allowed the question if I was of the view that it's not a fair question and incorrect. In the context of the questioning, it was an admissible and a fair question, and the question was answered in the manner it was answered.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Let's get a move on, Mr. Signer.
thank you, my Lord. Ma'am, In your confession, you do not mention
En die bekentenis het u
accused number 3 breaking the window.
accused number 3
Breaking the window.
dat de persoon nummer 3 bekend gebleven. En die bekentenis het u als spreekt het feit dat de persoon nummer 3 bekend gebleven.
Do you agree?
En die samen? What's the confession? Witness wants to know.
In your statement to the lady with the white or the grey hair, you do not mention that accused number 3 broke a window.
Verklaring voor de dame met de haar. Je hebt niet gezegd dat persoon nummer 3. Je hebt aan genoemd dat persoon nummer 3 bekend gebleven.
That's correct, my lord.
Why not?
Dus ik zeg, ik weet niet de hele waarheid waar het zeggen niet.
As I said, I didn't tell you the whole truth.
So you chose not to tell her that.
Je gekies om wat te vertellen.
That's correct.
Is there other information that you had or was aware of that you chose not to say?
Is daar enig ander inligting wat je van kennis had dat je besluit dat je gaat niet het woord dragen, je gaat niet het vast zeggen?
Verstaan.
I don't understand.
Was that the only thing that you chose not to mention?
Dat is het enige wat je zegt dat je gaat niet het vast zeggen. De gebrek van de kennis. Wat je zegt, je gaat niet het vast zeggen.
Daar is nog gedeelte wat ik je waren zeggen, die wat in mijn statement in staan.
There's other stuff which is in the statement which I didn't tell you.
You didn't ask her what it was. Tell her what it
Yes,
was.
I know. Did you mention that accused number 3 was so upset that she took a knife and threatened to stab accused number 1?
Je hebt iemand gezegd dat de nummer 3 was zo omgetrapt op onszelf dat zij besluit nummer 3 nummer 1 zo gedreigd had om besluit met de mes.
Nee, my lord.
Why not?
Om,
Ik heb geen andere reden om te zeggen nie.
I don't have another reason as to say.
Maar zoals ik gezegd heb, die al die waarheid gaan zeggen, dat is al wat ik kan
As I
zeggen.
said, I didn't tell you the whole truth.
Are you done with the window? Are you done with the window?
My lord, I'm just double checking that I'm done.
No, are you done with the window?
Yes, my lord, my
So whilst
instruction-
you're checking, I just want to clarify on the window. So if the window is broken,
As die venster toe
it would be
gebreek was,
easier for the person standing outside to hear.
sal dit as dit beter dat persoon op die staan en hoor.
Do you agree?
Stem jy saam?
Dat is correct, my lord.
When was the first time that you mentioned to anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer vir die eerste keer het jy aan 'n persoon gespraat in verband met die gebreekte venster?
Wanneer heb ik gepraat met de persoon?
Yeah, when was the first time you told anybody about the broken window?
Wanneer het jy vir die eerste keer 'n persoon vertel van die gebreekte venster?
Dat was het, die tijd hoe dat ik samen met kapitein Lombard en iemand van Donder.
When I was Captain Lombard and Advocate Van Donder.
That was in October, between the 11th and the 16th of October 2024.
In Oktober 2024.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Why was it important to tell him about the broken window?
Hoe is het, my lord?
Why was it important to tell him about the breaking of the window?
Waarom is het belangrijk dat u voor hem vertelt oor die gebreekte venster?
Van meneer kapitein Lombard nou.
Yes,
Ja, Captain Lombard.
Want ik het dag wat kapitein Lombard naar mij toe komt om me te vragen af te geven, dat ik voor mezelf gezegd, ik ga die waarheid, alles gaat ik paraat.
Because on that day when Captain Lombard came to me, I said that I'm going to speak the whole truth.
And I'll explain to you why I'm asking my questions.
Ik ga voor dit vragen.
It may be, or maybe not,
Zeker,
that at the end of this case,
op de ene van jullie zaak,
when the advocates are going to argue their case,
wanneer die procureur zijn zaak zal voeren,
it might be suggested
en er zal een voorstel moeten maken.
the reason why the broken window entered the story
De reden van de defensie in verband met de story,
7 months after the confession,
7 maanden na die bekentenis,
was to strengthen your case, that you could hear what was being said from the inside of the house.
als om die kant van de cultuur te versterken, die kon horen wat er in Jezus gebeurde op aarde.
Do you understand?
Verstaan je?
Dat is correct, my lord.
What do you think I should do with a submission like that? Because you were the one that says, I didn't tell them in March, I only told them in October. Do you have any view or comment?
Sê bijvoorbeeld, die progressvragen dat nog zijn moeten worden, jullie gebieden venster, die worden net die zaak versterken. Wat is die commentaar, wat zou je zeggen? Wat is die commentaar? Die worden die zaak versterken, die worden dat allemaal weer eigenlijk iets hebben, een maand, iets hebben in oktober, zo'n paar maanden maar.
Want ik dus ik gezegd dat ik het gevoel en night dat kapitein Lombard ik gevoel ik ga maar dat dit zeggen.
Because at the time when I spoke to Captain Lombard, that was the time I felt that I wanted to speak about it.
Who took the pictures for exhibit? It was Warrant Officer Clark that took the pictures in Exhibit W, where one can see the window, but because of the light you can't see whether the window pane was broken. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. And you did not witness this window being broken.
Yeah, I can just see that report.
Is that correct?
Zeg weer meneer sorry.
Can you repeat that again?
You did not see this window being broken.
Yeah, I can see the report.
Ik heb niet gezien die venster is gebroken, maar ik kan gewoon niet dat die venster uitslaat.
I didn't see the wound would have been broken, but I could hear when she hit out the glass.
So you did not know whether she threw the stone or she held it in her hand.
Ik kan ook niet zeggen of ze die klop gegooid of het er naar aangaat.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Did you, well, obviously you went and stood next to the window afterwards. Did you get an opportunity to see the broken window?
Hier heb ik kansen gekregen dat ik toen ik in cancer was staan. Heb ik ook kansen gezien, heb ik gezien dat op de venster?
Dat is correct, ik heb gezien.
Yes, I saw.
Looking at that window, which part of the window was broken? Was it the bottom half, the middle, the top part?
Kijk naar de venster, wat het gedeelte van de venster was ingebroken. De middelste was de bottom of one step.
Zit in de middelkap.
In the middle.
Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever broke any window.
The scholar number 3 says that no defense was making.
Sy het die venster uitgekap.
She hit the window out.
She will deny that her hands were ever cut as well.
Sy sal ook straight dat haar hand gesnee was.
Haar hand was stukkend gewees.
The hand was cut.
Now, in your statement, you do not say that accused number 3 left for work that morning and then returned that afternoon.
En die verklaring het gesê, die scholar number 3 die oggend gestudeer en kom weer terug na middag.
Dis korrek.
No. Don't think the interpreter heard the question correctly, because it was exactly the opposite of what the question was. But now, Mr. Sivanar, this question was asked many times between your two colleagues, and it was repeated a number of times by themselves, and I had to stop them.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the value of asking it again? Is there any value, evidentiary value, in asking the question again, only by a different person?
No, my lord, that was an oversight, I was not aware that it was answered.
Because all of these issues in Exhibit X, Exhibit R, Exhibit O, it's been covered. The road surface is getting thin.
Thank you, my lord.
I don't want to cut you short, but I would suggest that you get to the point where you put your client's version and wrap up.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, dealing with your evidence, I'm going to compare your evidence to your statement which you made to Lombard. I just want to ask you about a few things there.
En die getuienis, dit gaan vergeleken met die getuienis en wat in die verklaring staan dat u aan hom gemaak het. Gaan u even een paar vragen daarover vragen.
That's Exhibit X.
Thank you, my lord. During your examination in chief,
En die hoofdgetuie, vragen.
You had said to us that after Kelly or Q3 had returned with the money,
Nadat de scholar nummer 3 Kelly met die geld teruggekomen,
you had knocked on the door,
hier dan die deur geklopt.
you went inside and that you had called Kelly and you asked her what was going on.
Hier is toe in die huizen, hier roep je voor Kelly en vraag haar wat gaan aan.
But in your statement you say that after hearing that you were receiving 1,000 rand,
nadat ek gehoor het dat ek 1,000 rand ontvang,
and while you were halfway into the house,
op pad in die huizen,
Kelly called you to her room.
Kelly heeft vir my na u toe geroep.
Do you hear that?
Het het gehoor?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Yes.
I covered that point with a witness yesterday, but I will allow the question.
Thank you, my lord.
I made a note yesterday. It was 132 on my page 96, book 2. Yes? Do you see the difference?
Kan u die verskil sien?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Can you explain the difference?
Kan u dan die verskil dan verduidelik?
Die 204, dis die waarheid, my lord. Ek wil aan antwoord hê.
The 204 is the true, my lord. I don't have an answer.
And
Yeah.
you told us that
He said,
whilst accused 3 was scolding at accused number 1,
two beskuldig number 3 en beskuldig number 1 skel.
you told him to take his backpack and take a walk.
Jy moet sy rugsak vat.
Dis korrek, ek het vir hom gesê.
Yes, I told you.
But in your statement to Lombard, it says here,
Die verklaring aan Lombard is dit dan.
Which paragraph?
I can just find it.
Whilst you're looking for the paragraph, I just want to go back to the previous question. So you decided in October of last year to tell the truth.
Die het besluit.
Or before that, but the statement, the 204 statement was made in October.
Die het toe besluit vir 3 jaar in Oktober. Die sal gaan die waarheid praat. Die verklaring ben al geen verklaring in Oktober vir 3 jaar.
Dis korrek, my lord.
And that truth would not change.
En daardie waarheid gaan nie verander.
Dis reg so, my lord.
So would you agree with me that one would then expect the evidence that you give in this court will be consistent with the statement that you made in October last year, the 204 statement?
Dit word nog vandag verklaar die hele ding in hofsaak afgereed. Sal dieselfde is as wat u in die penalty verklaring gegee het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Would you agree with me on the previous question?
Dat u die saamstem
That is,
praat.
there is a big difference between somebody walking away from you and you calling that person back to speak to the person. That's the one scenario. And the other one, you minding your own business, but that person comes and knocks on your door and calls you to speak to you. It's two totally different things. Would you agree?
Daar's 'n verskil waar byvoorbeeld 'n persoon van af wegloop. En jy sê byvoorbeeld is nog by die huis. 'n Persoon kom na u, persoon klop. Daar's 'n verskil tussen die twee scenario's. Sy loop weg, persoon loop weg. Maar is nog by die huis, 'n persoon kom klop. Weg van nie af, persoon kom na u. Daar's 'n verskil tussen die twee.
Dis 'n verskil, my lord.
So that's the difference Mr. Sidnarain pointed out to you between your 204, because you call it a 204 statement, and the evidence that you gave in chief.
Wat verskil nummer 3 sal prokureer vir u bewys is dat in die penalty 'n verskil wat u nog van gepraat het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
The prosecutor seems surprised. Maybe when you prepare argument, you look at paragraph 35 of Exhibit X, and you look at the evidence. I have it as my paragraphs 131 and 132 of the evidence in chief. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidnarain.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, the last question which I posed, where I mentioned that Butta went into the house and came out with his backpack. That's on paragraph 7, the last sentence.
7.
7, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now I have to go back. All right, you can ask your question.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you got to accused 3's home on the Sunday to request food.
He is to the scriptures number 3 is aangekom Sondag om kos te gaan vra.
That's correct, my lord.
And from the way you relayed your story to us, I understood it as you would have remained at accused number 3's place right up until the fight and Butta or accused number 1 ended and that she walked away from the house.
Ek moes dit nou aanvaar dat hierdie daar geblewe is toe jy aangekom het. Wanneer die begin van hierdie geveg tot die tyd was het weggeloop.
That's reg, so my lord.
You understand me correctly, ma'am? You got there just after 9.
Hier is daar aangekom so na 9.
And according to your evidence, when you looked at the time or was aware of the time, that would have been around 1 o'clock.
Toe weer kyk na die tyd was het so ongeveer by 1 uur.
That's totally, my lord.
And you were at accused number 3's house that entire time.
He was die hele tyd by beskik nummer 3 se huis.
That's reg, so my lord.
Now, you remember you were questioned about the food, whether you received any food.
Kan u onthou dat u gevra was oor die kos, of u enige kos gekry het?
That's correct.
Yes.
You told the court that when you told accused number 1 that you are leaving around 1 o'clock, you said you left to go and prepare food for your family.
U het vir hom gesê, toe u die plek van die nummer 3 so verlaat, u het gesê u was hier gegaan op pad na u huis toe waar u so kos voorberei vir die gesin.
That's reg, my lord.
Now, you had no food at home when you left.
I didn't
Toe
hear
u
that.
die huis verlaat, het u kos aan die.
You did not have any food at home when you left because you made all the food for Ayana that morning.
U het die kos by die huis aan die en dan teruggaan na die huis van die oggend het u al die kos vir die ander gemaak.
That's reg, so my lord.
That's correct.
So, from that time, up until the time you say you went to prepare food, you were at accused 3's house.
Vanaf die tyd waar u daar gekom het totdat u nog na die huis toe wat u so gesê is so kan kos maak, was u by beskik nummer 3 se huis.
Ik heb van Kelly zelf weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan.
I didn't hear that.
Ik heb van Kelly zelf weer naar mijn huis toe gegaan.
I went from Kelly's house again to my house.
Now are you saying that between 9 and 1 o'clock you did go to your house?
Want u nou sê tussen 9 en 1 uur, u was nie na u huis nie.
That's correct, my lord.
But I just asked you to listen carefully to the question. I made sure you understood.
Ek het nie vir u gevra, u moet mooi luister na die vraag en maak seker dat u dit verstaan.
So what's the question?
When, my lord, I'll just continue with her answer. When did you go to your house that time, in between that time?
Wanneer is u na u huis tussen die tyd?
Ik kan niet precies die tijd die.
I can't say precisely the time.
Was this during the fight between accused number 1 and 3?
Was dit gedurende die stryd of die feit tussen beskikbaar 1 en 3?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Yes, in relation to what you told us, at which point did you leave and go?
In verband met dat iets was toch gesê dat op wakkelpunt wat ons stadium besit toe na die huis toe.
Dit was geweest na die streef van Bhutan in Kiali, toe gaan reis toe.
After the fight of the parliament between Kelly and Bhutan, I went home.
Yes, and according to your evidence, that was around 1 o'clock.
Volgens die getuigenis was het nog 1
Dus ek sê ek weet die tyd dat ek gaan loop het.
As I said, I don't know the time that I left, what the time was.
Ma'am, I put it to you, you cannot tell us the time, and you said you did not go there previously because you did not go home.
I don't follow. Maybe I can't hear you properly.
I apologize, my lord. Ma'am, I put it to you that you did not mention to me that you went home in between. And you also cannot give me a time because you did not.
Ek was by die huis gewees.
I was at the house.
You also told the court that at 1 o'clock you left to go to the car wash to give food to Ayanda.
That's correct.
Die het ook gesê dat een is van die self na Ayana Poster.
And I put it to you, that can't be. Because your evidence was that you only left accused Three's house at 1 o'clock.
Dit kon nie die geval was nie, want u het net erop gesê dat u het besluit genomen met 3 van dat weet jy nie, om jy nie.
And according to your evidence, you still had to go prepare food.
Volgens u getuigenis, u moes nog gaan kos maak.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes, so
Can you not leave this for argument?
indeed so, my lord. I am moving on now, my lord. Now, you told us that you overheard accused 3 say that she received the money.
U het gesê dat u het gehoor dat die polisie sê sy het ontvang gekry.
Dis reg so.
So why didn't you ask her for your share when during discussion, because she already had it in her possession?
Hoekom het u nie vir u jou gevra? Want sy sê die klaar gehad, u jou gevra.
Ek verstaan hom nou nie, meneer.
Hoekom het u nie vir u jou weerstand van gevra, aangezien sy al die geld daar gehad het, u gesels het?
Sy die tyd het sy saam met Boeta eers gepraat oor geld.
At first he spoke to Buddha about the money.
Yes. Anything else?
Nog iets anders?
En toe hoor ek wat die beplanning is van wat sy praat saam met Boeta oor Joshlin. En toe sit daar wat ek in is.
That's when I heard her speaking about the plan said Joshlin and spoke to Buddha. That's when I went in.
Yes, and then when you went in, you didn't ask for your share because she already had it.
Toen u ingaan, het u nie vir u jou gevra nie. U share gevra nie.
Nee, my lord.
No.
You say when you observed accused number 3 standing by this polo, you saw something being handed over to her.
U het gesê toe u beskuldig nommer 3 die polisie observeer, het u gesê u het gesien iets aan haar oorhandig was.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you describe what you saw?
Kan u beskryf wat u gesien het?
Ek kan nie gesien wat dit is, maar ek het gesien die persoon gee iets aan Kelly aan in haar hand.
I couldn't see what it was, but I could see the person giving Kelly something into her hand.
What did that something look like?
Wat het jullie dan iets gelijk?
Dus
Wat het jullie iets gelijk?
voor mij was het volgens van het gemeentelijk zoals jou, die papier wat ze had.
According to me, it looked like money. The paper, the witness, must have with the hand, my lord. The paper she had in the hand.
We dealt with this yesterday, but I just want to ask you, are you trying to say that you could see money in someone's hand approximately 80 meters away?
Zeg je dat u kon geld zien in een persoon zijn dat zo 80 meter van hier was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Then how are you describing what you saw?
Hoe beschrijft u dan wat u gezien hebt?
Zoals ik gezien heb die tijd wat Kelly, die vrouw iets in Kelly's aan, dan ging mijn eigen afleiding gemaakt, dat is gejaagd.
As I saw that the lady gives up Kelly something, my own assumption was it was money. Je hebt het gezien. Heb jullie item gezien?
Just make an assumption.
Heeft iemand het aangenomen? Gezien of niet
Nee,
aangenomen?
aangenomen, my lord.
An assumption, I made an assumption.
What did you see?
Wat heb je gezien?
Ik interesse die vrouw ging iets aan Kelly, ander iets aan Kelly's hand.
I saw the lady handing something in Kelly's hand.
Could you see what type of substance it was?
Kon je zien wat het voor iets was?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Now I'm confused. Because you just told us less than a minute ago that it looked like money, paper, that she had, until Mr. Sivnarine pointed out the distance, then suddenly it was just an assumption.
Dat was mijn eigen aankleding wat ik ga maken, dat is gejaagd.
Own assumption I made, my lord.
Why did you tell me just before that it looked like paper?
Hoe kom je dan tot de gezegd voor het papier is?
Sorry, my lord.
Do you have an answer?
Je antwoord?
Nee, my lord.
No answer, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sivnarine.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, accused number 3 will deny that she ever said to you that she had sold her child Joshlin.
Beskuldig nummer 3 sal verwerp en of sal ontken dat sy vir u gesê het dat sy haar kind Joshlin verkoop.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
She will deny that there was ever any planning with any person regarding this offense.
Sy ontken dat daar enige plan was met enige persoon in verband met die klag. Die daad.
Sy het dit gedoen.
She did it, my lord.
Now, ma'am, my instructions are that
Die instructie is dat
accused number 3 never met any person by Apollo.
beskuldige persoon nummer 3 geen persoon ontmoet by Apollo.
Sy het,
She did.
And she denies that any item was handed to her, more specifically money.
Sy ontken dat die geen of iets dat geen was van naam geld.
dit was so gewees.
It was like that.
You agree with me that if accused number 3 did have this money as you said, it then would not have been necessary for her to borrow money from Carl and Ziegers, that money.
So ik met die samenstem, als de schuldigen die zo geld hadden, zodat kind probeert. Maar dat het niet worden om geld op een moment met Ziegers, zoals ze gezegd hebben.
Ik weet niet van die geld ze geleend bij iemand, ik weet niet van niet.
I have no knowledge about money she borrowed from someone.
Well, there was evidence before this court that she had borrowed approximately 150 or 200 rand on that specific day.
As getuie is voor die Lombard, gekomen tot het effect dat sy wel in die dag 150 rand geleend.
Ik weet niet van niet.
I have no knowledge of that.
But you agree with me that if she did have the 20,000, there was no need for her to borrow money.
Maar sa met die samenstem, as sy die dat is dan gehad het, was dat zodat geen reden was om die geld te lenen.
Ik stem niet samen niet.
I don't agree with you.
Why?
Kom niet,
Want ze heeft het gedaan.
was sy did.
My instructions from the accused from clear that she never saw you at all on the morning of the 19th of February 2024.
Instructie van de straf nummer 3 is dat sy het vir julle wait die 19de oggend gesien van die maand Februarie 2024.
Ik was daar geweest op maandagochtend,
I was there in Monday morning
voor ze weer doorgaan het.
before she left to work.
She will deny that there ever was an argument between her and Butta the previous day, the 18th of February.
Sy sal ontken dat daar gestrede was tussen sy en Boeta die vorige dag.
That is Sunday, my lord.
Sondag.
She will tell the court.
Let the witness answer.
Sorry, my lord.
Kan
Straf
meneer
nummer
ook
3 sê, sy ontken dat 'n gestrede was tussen haarself en Boeta die vorige dag, dit is Sondag.
alle twee het gestreden zondag, dat is
They
recht.
had an argument this Sunday morning.
Yes.
She will deny that she told anything relating to the giving away or the sale of Joshlin to Butta.
Sy ontken dat sy gesê het oor die verhandeling oor die oorgee van Joshlin.
Kan meneer of mij weer herhalen?
Can you please repeat that again?
She will deny that she ever had any conversation with accused number 1 regarding the sale of Joshlin.
Sy sal ontken dat sy enige respek sou gehad het in die skrif nummer 1 in verband met die verkoop van Joshlin.
Zij heeft respect gehad met Boeta, oor Joshlin zo'n koperij.
She had a conversation with Boeta about the sale of Joshlin.
She will deny that she ever went to any pile of rubbish and dug around in there.
En sy sal ook ontken dat sy op enige stadium na klomp vullis gegaan het waar sy weer soek het.
Zij was daar geweest bij die vullis.
She was there at the heap of this rubbish.
She will deny that she ever told you that she sold the child.
Sy verder ontken dat sy vir gesê het dat sy Joshlin verkoop het.
Zij heeft het gedaan.
She did.
She She will also deny that she ever packed any cooler bag with Joshlin's clothing.
Sy verder ontken dat sy op enige stadium klere van Joshlin in 'n koelerbag gepak het.
Ek het gesien sy doen dit.
I saw her doing it.
She will also deny that there was any discussion relating to the time and where Joshlin should be dropped off on the Monday, the 19th.
Sy sal ook ontken dat daar enige gesprek was waar Joshlin sou gedrop word die maandag.
Daar was 'n gesprek geweest oor Joshlin.
There was a discussion about Joshlin.
She would deny that she ever told you she's going to share money with you or give you 1,000 rand, and Stefano accused number 2, 1,200 rand.
Sy sal verder ontken dat sy met iets vir iets sou beloof het, 1,000 rand en 1,200 vir Stefano.
Sy het aan my gesê sy gaan vir my 1,000 rand gee en vir Stefano 1,200 rand. Sy het dit gesê.
She told me that she was going to give me 1,000 rand, 1,200 to Stefano.
In fact, she denies everything you say relating to her with regard to this offense. Relating to her with regard to this offense. To accused number 3. Yes, thank you, madam.
Sy ontken alles in verband met wat so plaasgevind het op die gebeure.
The wording of the question was framed in a particular way. So I wanted to be interpreted to the witness in that way. It's a so-called umbrella question. So just rephrase the question. It's not about what had happened. It's about the offences. That's the term that's been used. So just repeat it, Mr. Sibnaran. I don't want to do your job nor the interpreters.
Accused number 3 is going to deny
Beskuldig nommer 3 sal ontken
everything that you say
alles wat jy gesê het
about her with regard to this offense.
in verband met hierdie saak.
Dit is die waarheid
It is the truth
wat sy gedoen het.
what she did.
I mean, the charges of aanklagte
Die aanklagte.
of klagtes.
Sy ontken
Maar in the context of this, it relates to the charges.
sy ontken
Die aanklagte.
wat u en hom opgedaan in verband met die aanklagte teen haar.
Comment?
Ek verstaan, ek kan hier goed met dit weer.
So, Mr. Signarine puts it to you,
Meneer Signar,
and I'm going to read in to try and explain to you that Ms. Smith Kelly denies everything that you said about her involvement in these offences. In other words, on the human trafficking and the kidnapping charge, and all the ones I've cautioned you about.
al die klagte wat ek hier van die pad gewaarskuwd het van. Sy
Ja.
ontken haar betrokkenheid in enige van wat u op geplaas het in verband met geklagtes teen haar ontken dit.
Sy het dit gedoen, my lord.
Sy did it, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
With me
Sal u met my saamstem
that majority of what you said
meestal wat u gesê het
in your statement to the lady with the white hair, Exhibit R,
die meerderheid wat u aan die dame gesê het in die verklaring, lees dit af,
and your statement to Mr. Lombard,
in die verklaring aan Lombard,
are very similar.
That's one of me hetzelfde.
My
Can you repeat that again?
They are very similar.
That's one of me hetzelfde.
The contents of Exhibit R and Exhibit X, that's the statements to the lady with the white hair and Captain Lombard, are very similar. That is the phrase of the question.
Die verklaring wat die soorten aan die namen en vlees hadden, en wat die aan Captain Lombard gesê het, verklaring, twee verklaringen. Is dat die namen met vlees hadden, en die met Lombard. Alles min of meer hetzelfde.
die een wat van Captain Lombard is die waarheid.
The one I get from Lombard is the truth. Is the truth.
But they are very similar except for particular or specific details.
Alles min of meer hetzelfde behalve sekere detail.
That's correct, my lord.
And you confirm that on the night of the Sunday and the afternoon of the Monday you consume drugs.
Die bevestig dat die aand van die Sondag namiddag en die aand die middag namiddag van Maandag dat die Willem gebruik het.
That's correct.
Now, the same way that being under the influence affected you when you made Exhibit R, could it not have had the same effect with regard to what you had seen and heard that Sunday night and Monday afternoon?
Can you repeat that again? It's a mouthful.
Seeing that being under the influence affected her correctness of Exhibit
Onder de
R.
invloed was dat voor u affecteerd.
You and Mr. Blau,
Beg your pardon?
you and Mr. Blau are talking over each other, so I can't hear the question. So maybe if there's a long preamble, break it up, and then Mr. Blau can interpret that, and then you continue and interpret that, so that we have some
Thank you.
order, and so that I can hear the question as well.
You said that the statement made to the lady in the white hair cannot be relied upon because you were under the influence.
Hier het gesê, die verklaring wat die aan die dame met die gesaar gemaakt het, kan nie statig gemaakt word nie, want die was onder de invloed.
Maar dat is die waarheid dat ik ook anders zei dat.
But this was also the truth which I related there.
But there were mistakes due to you being under the influence.
Maar daar was fouten en gezien onder de invloed was.
That's correct.
Now, would the same not apply to what you recall regarding that Sunday night, the 18th of February, and that Monday, 19th of February?
Sal dit hetzelfde wees van wat u so onthou het wat gebeur het Sondag namiddag en wat gebeur het Maandag. Sal dit hetzelfde wees nie.
Zondag is met z'n eie en maandag is z'n eie.
Sunday is on its own, Monday is on its own.
Yes.
And I don't know why I have to constantly repeat, because I've cautioned counsel to try and keep it as simple as possible. But nobody listens. So let me try. And again, I have to give a long explanation because there's some confusion now. You told us yesterday
Hier het ons gister gesê
about the effects that these substances would have on you.
wat die effek hierdie
Can you recall that?
Willem aan die gaan aan die het. Kan jy dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
Stop dit.
So, Mr. Signaran had put it to you, when you spoke to the lady with the white hair, Captain Sylvia, you said to us, but then the drug still had an effect on you, so therefore one can't fully rely on it.
U het gesê die tyd toe u met kaptein se weer praat, was nie Wilms nog in die systeem gewees. Hy was nie vol sonder wat dan was nie uit die liggaam nie.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan jy?
That's correct, my lord.
Now we now know that on the Saturday, the Sunday, the 18th, and on the Monday, the 19th, you consumed similar substances.
U het gesê die Sondag, 18de en die Maandag die 19de, dieselfde soort stoffe gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Now Mr. Signoren wants to know,
Nobody could have
did those substances that you use not affect your observation and recollection of what you saw?
jy het dit nie aangetast in verband wat u gehoor het en wat u gesien het. Hierdie stof wat u gebruik het. Wat u aangetast het, passeer vorige tyd. Dit het nie aangetast in verband met wat u gesien het, wat u sê nie gehoor het.
Soos ek al meneer vir my lord sê, dit kan my gedagtes, want ek het mos nou baie en ek roep nou al lang al.
And I said to my Lord, from my head, my Lord, it may affect me because I was a little bit scared.
My
That's not what she
gedagte.
said.
In gedachte, in my mind.
That's not what she said.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
The witness said, could have affected her, and I'm cutting it short because she's been using these substances for a long time.
Oh, thank you.
Don't have to be sarcastic, Mr. Blau. You told us the other day, so I'm just checking with you. You told us the other day that these substances, the effect stays with you for quite a long period.
U het gesê, wel dat u gebruik bly in die systeem vir 'n lang tyd.
That's correct, my lord.
And immediately prior to 18th and 19th February, you were on a daily basis consuming these substances.
Voor die gebeure van die 1920 Februarie, het ek op dagelijks basis Wilms gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Sidner.
Ma'am, my instructions from accused number 3 are that on the evening of the 19th,
Beskuldigde nommer 3 sê die namiddag van die 19de, die aand van die 19de,
when she realized Joshlin was missing, on the evening of the 19th, when she realized that her child Joshlin was missing,
toe sy besef dat Joshlin weg was,
she was informed by accused number 2
sy was deur beskuldigde nommer 2 ingelig.
you were the last person to be seen with Joshlin.
U was die laaste persoon om te gesien word met Joshlin.
Dit is leuns.
Dis lies.
I'm further instructed that
Verder instructie is dat
she then came to your house that evening
sy het toe by u huis aangekom die aand.
but did not find you there.
Sy kon nie weer daar kry nie.
Sy lieg.
She's lying.
I'm instructed that it was only Ayanda with the children and he could not explain your whereabouts.
Sy sê toe verder, toe sy daar aankom wat net Ayana en die kinders,
Sy
kon
jok.
nie vir u, kon nie vir haar verduidelik waar u was nie.
Sy jok.
She's lying.
I'm instructed that a possible reason that you are implicating her
Sy sê een moontlike rede om u vir analyse te trek
is to save your own skin.
is om vir u self te red.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
I'm also instructed that
The other instruction is that
she believes that it was you and Ayanda who were the mastermind and who had committed this offense.
dis u en Ayanda wat die breine agter alles is, u hulle die plagtes gepleeg.
Dit is nie waar nie. Dit is sy en Boeta.
Not true, my lord, it's a Buddha.
And that is also one of the main reasons why Ayanda suddenly left
Dit
the
is
South
ook
Africa.
een van die hoofredes waarom Ayanda sommer net verdwyn het.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
My lord, may I approach?
Is your first witness in the next phase of the trial here? Witness available? Once we're done with this witness. Whilst Mr. Sivnarang is consulting, are we going to start with the trials within trials?
There is one other aspect that
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. There's one aspect that I would like to address you on before I call any other witness, just something. Then we intend leading the evidence of the investigating officer, and in his evidence we will most probably go over into a trial within a trial. In his evidence. That's the plan. If that is acceptable to the
Because
court.
I'm looking at the timing. You still have to re-examine.
Yes.
And then we'll most probably take a short adjournment before
Yes.
we go into the next phase.
We have several witnesses for the trial within trial already lined up, standing outside. So we have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sivnarang.
Thank you, my lord. Accused number 3 will deny that
Beskuldigde nummer 3 sal ontken
she acted in a common purpose with any other person or co-accused.
dat sy opgetree in
Gemeenskaplike
Gemeenskaplike
oogmerk.
oogmerk
Or with
alle
you,
beskuldigdes
or with you to commit this
of
offense.
my u om hierdie plagtes te pleeg.
Sy het dit gedoen.
Sy weet dit.
She believes that you are only doing so to save Ayanda and yourself. Yes. That is all, my lord.
Thank you. Re-examination.
Thank you, my lord. Please bear with me. Why did Ayanda leave?
Kom is Ayanda weg.
Dit was wat die maandag, die tyd wat hy aan dat die mense uit die gemeenskap gekom het en op hoor gewees daar by die huis.
En weer weg.
Dit is die maandag aan, na loadsetting wat die mense gekom het die gemeenskap, was op hoor gewees en het kan en goed gaat en er een klaus op de koppen gaat.
It was Monday night after the load shedding when the community arrived there. They were quite very rowdy. They were flowers and some firearms with them.
Is this now the same community members, people, that also collected you?
As dit dieselfde persoon met mense van die gemeenskap wat vir u kom aan?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Dit is Saldanha Bay se mense.
Kan jy sê?
Saldanha Bay se gemeenskap.
It was Saldanha Bay community.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You say it was community members that came there, they were rowdy, they wore balaclavas, had firearms. How did that make Ayanda leave? I'm trying to understand.
In verband met hierdie mense toe hulle aangekom het, hier sê was 'n boere gewees met firearm, met vuurwapens en die militairs. Wat Ayanda gevoel?
No. How did that make Ayanda leave?
Hoe dit maak dat Ayanda moet weggaan?
Sy broer het vir hom gesê, maar die plek is nou onveilig vir hom, want die gemeenskap was so agter hom aan.
His brother said to him that his life is not safe, the community is now after him.
En sy broer het hom gesê dat dit is maar die beste way, laat hy maar liewer na die Kaap toe gaan.
His brother said it's better for you to go to Cape Town
En bly daar.
and stay there.
And did you then go with him?
That's correct, my lord.
And your children?
And my two children.
And then did both of you come back from Cape Town again?
Julle weer beide terugkom van het Kaap.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
Why?
Tot een lange baan, sy broer sal boos kry daar so. Oorgekom van Cape Town af.
You came from Cape Town?
Lange baan, nie sorry nou voor dit nou. Voor ons vir Kaptein Lombard gekry het.
Before we got hold of Captain Lombard,
was ons in die Kapen, kom ons Saldanha Bay toe.
we were in Cape Town and then
My lord, het is nou heel die mekaar, het is nou verkeerd gesê, sorry. Oud in die Kaap gebly, by Ayanda se broer. Toe het Kaptein Lombard gekom,
Captain Lombard came.
en toe ek en Ayanda, en toe kunnen samen naar die polistasie toe gekom. Die weet jy honde niet.
Both we came with him to the police station.
En toen is daar vanaf dat ik was arresteerd moest geweest, hij is jou daar aan geweest.
That day, that night I was arrested.
En Ayanda was haar vanaf weer terugkaapt met 2 kinders.
And then went back to Cape Town.
En haar vanaf dat ik weer van Ayanda moest zien niet, dus ik de hele tijd moest in de gevangenis.
I didn't see Ayanda after that because I was in custody.
If I understand it correctly, she was arrested in Cape Town, apprehended in Cape Town by Captain Lombard, and Ayanda and the kids came back to Saldanha. She was then formally arrested and kept in custody. Ayanda and the kids went back to Cape Town, and that was the last she saw. So you didn't come back voluntarily to the hotspot.
Wie nou ik?
You and or Ayanda?
En op Ayanda.
Ik heb die van Ayanda gezien daar vanaf.
Je hebt die vrijwillig op je eigen teruggekomen van de verklaring.
Nee, ik heb soos alle gezegd, Kaptein Lombard het gebeld van wie we nie. Toe die speerder wat ek weet dat kaptein is, toe die man vir ons kom haal. Maar toe sê hulle, die persoon nou, maar die polistasie mense sê, ons moet gauw polistasie toe kom, want Ayanda se suster Makalimo kom nou uit, van hy moet teken, Ayanda moet teken, laat sy kan uitkom met die sjaalletjie, sy dis hoe ons nou van Ayanda se broer af gekom het nou tot die bewone eenheid. Maar toen zei ik van Ayanda, ik ken die mensen wat hier bij ons is. En Ayanda strijdt samen met mij.
Just stop there. That's not the question I asked. And in any event, I'm not going to allow new evidence now in the re-examination. Just listen to the question and just answer the question. We almost done because re-examination is not to rehash everything. I'm
Sorry,
explaining
my
to
lord.
you so that the prosecutor can hear as well. We're going to keep it short. Relax. Don't faint.
Sorry, my lord.
Okay.
So just so that I can understand, because you also referred to people coming to you in Lombard, that you were in Lombard also, and people collecting you there. So I'm just trying to get the timeline. So did that incident happen before you and Ayanda and the kids went to Cape Town?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Just trying to understand. All right. And those people that collected you in Lombard and tortured you and took you to the bush, are they, who are they, do you know?
Die persone wat hier geneem het aan Lombard gemaaklik geneem. Wie is die persone?
Ik ken glad nie die mense.
I don't know these people at all.
It was put to you
It was an
that
incident.
all that you are telling the court is just lies,
Alles wat ek vir hom vertel is leuns.
and you are falsely implicating the three accused before court.
Die vaaslik betrek die beskuldigdes vir hom van die saak.
Now, is that true?
Is dit waar?
Wat is waar, mevrou?
Jok u net. Are you just lying and falsely implicating them?
Lieg jy net en impliseer die beskuldigdes vaaslik in die saak?
Nee, my lord.
No.
The Wrens that used drugs in February 2024 and agreed to do this for money, is that the same Wrens that is sitting here today?
Die rens wat wel gebruik in Februarie 2024 en die rens wat ingestem het in verband met wat so plaasgevind het. Is dit dieselfde persoon wat daar is? Is dit nog dieselfde persoon?
Sy is met dieselfde persoon.
She's not the same person anymore.
Why do you say that?
Kom sê jy dit?
Want ek het met my hand op my borst en toe sê ek myself, het is nou klaar met alles en dat my beter lewe gaan nog begin staan.
I put my hand in front of my chest and I said, now I'm had enough. I'm going to start a new life for myself, a better life for myself.
If you were put in the same position now to do it again for money, would you do it?
As ek in dieselfde posisie was verklaar word om dit te doen vir geld, sal ek dit doen.
Nee, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for the witness.
Ms. Lombard, it's been a tough week, if not longer.
Moeilike week.
I'm not going to ask you any further questions about the case,
Ek gaan nie vir jou verder vra nie.
but I want to ask you a few other questions as a parting shot. And I need to explain something to you.
En wil ek nie moet vertel dat sy wil vir
But I'm going to leave the explanation because I have to explain to you how I'm going to deal with the evidence and whatever should happen one way or the other. Don't worry about it now. Did you get help for your drug use?
die hulp gekry vir gebruik van misbruik van dwelms.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Don't you think you need it?
Dink jy nie benodig het nie?
Nee, my lord.
You should maybe, I know you're still under witness protection, you should maybe discuss it with them.
Ek dink jy moet dit met hulle opneem. Jy is in beskerming vir die kom te bring.
Ek sal praat met hulle, my lord.
Because I have a concern and it could be that part of your drug use could also have led to what seemed to me on the face of it, panic attacks, whilst you understand. I'm speculating. But you're telling me you want to start a new life, so I cannot help myself but to say a few words to you. Do you understand?
Ik verstaan het woord.
Then, when last did you see your children?
Wanneer laatst heb je je kinderen gezien?
Ik heb nog, het is nou jaren dat ik nog mijn kinderen gezien heb.
It has been years since I saw my children. I haven't seen my children now.
Have you spoken to them about seeing your children?
Nee, ik heb gevraagd om mijn kinderen te zien.
Waar ik nou is,
Where I'm now.
om Orifon ook.
Yeah, even
Ik heb daar willen praten over van
it might even be possible to have telephonic contact or maybe a video call. I know you're under witness protection. I don't know what the rules are, but at least I think you should speak to them about it.
Zelfs gemaakt, my lord.
Now for the formal part. Cross-examination, evidence in court, that's one part of the process. And often it's robust. Ultimately, I must decide what I believe and how I sift through all the evidence. Do you understand that?
Ik verstaan, my lord.
So I will not draw any inferences at this stage about your evidence. I will wait till the last witness has testified. And that may include the accused. And then the advocates will address me and they will argue their case. And I will interrogate them on what they are submitting to me. Then I might take a day or two and go and sleep on it. Then I will make a decision. So what I cautioned you about in the beginning, about a discharge and indemnity, that decision will only be made once I have evaluated all the evidence. Do you understand that?
Ik verstaan, my lord.
Do you have any questions?
Nee, my lord.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Dank, my lord.
That the witness returns on the day of the judgment, just so that she knows that that is part of the process or not. Because that would also influence her position.
We will arrange that if necessary. I take it the witness will still be under witness protection for the next few months. We don't know, but at least you will know where the witness is. In the event that I grant the indemnity, then it's not necessarily if it's going to be a lot of inconvenience, because then the witness can just be informed there's the order. If, however, it goes the other way, then clearly I'll have to tell the witness, and she must hear the reasons as to why I've decided in that way. But it's early days. Can't tell.
No, I just thought
I don't want the witness to panic to think
Yeah.
she must come back to court.
Okay.
For now, she's free to go. I've got no control over the witness protection program,
No, me neither.
but we've done the evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
Good. Now, Ms. Lombard, Ms. Swanepoel, I'm sorry, because I see her still in the corner of my eye. Ms. Lombard, you may be excused.
Dankie, Rens.
So that's what I wanted to say before I turn to you. There was something you wanted to address me on.
Yes, my
So
lord.
maybe if we can deal with that and then decide, are we going to take the luncheon adjournment first, bring it forward, and then move on to the next phase, or will this affect how we're going to deal with it?
My lord, I would like to address you on this and in open court because this happened during the cross-examination of Ms. Lombard. So this is literally what happened. So after having heard a version being put to Ms. Lombard, a specific person who was sitting in the gallery knew that there was something that she had to say. That was reported immediately in the adjournment to the investigating officer, who then obtained an affidavit. One affidavit was obtained from her. He also made his own affidavit, and the exhibit that this witness had was then also produced. This has not been given to the defense because this happened in cross-examination. We just wanted the process of the cross-examination to be finished. There are copies available, and I now wish to give it to the defense. It's on a specific instruction that was put in cross-examination to Ms. Lombard. It's not a big thing, but it is something which we believe is necessary to also adduce in evidence. So I understand and we acknowledge that the witness is not on the list of witnesses, and this affidavit was not given, nor the photograph, but it was something that happened in last week during the cross-examination and spontaneously from the person.
I note that. You can provide your colleagues with a copy of the affidavit, and once you're ready to call the witness, I can look at the volume. I don't want to count. I can see it's paper from here, but I'm close to where the defense counsel is.
Now,
If those are 3 copies, it's 1 to 3 pages max.
yes, my lord. It's literally 2 pages, the one affidavit, and this is handwritten. 1.5 page, and that's actually just the commissioning, the other one, and then a photograph and the properties of the photograph. So it's really very simple. We did
Hand it to the defense, and once I take it by tomorrow, they could have prepared on that issue, and if the witness, or did you want to call the witness today?
my lord, if the defense was amicable thereto, the witness is available. She did come from Cape Town. She is available to testify today. If that is possible, as I say, this is a very short and limited
Yeah, but you
to
see,
one aspect.
I take it the defense counsel need to take instructions from their clients.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Even if we have to interpose, is the witness local or not?
Cape Town, my lord. I just didn't want to start with get into a trial within a trial and then have to. So I thought just to raise it now.
It's 12:20 now.
Yes.
Let's take the adjournment till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Let the defense consider whether we can interpose that witness, whether they will be ready or not, and then maybe tell me what the stance is. If we can help the witness away, we can do that. If we can't, then we proceed at 1 o'clock with the next phase. Today is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So if we start, are you going to do both at the same time, or?
My Lord, we planned on doing, and this is what from our side, what we suggest, is to do 2 separate trials within trials. Both the 2 accused.
Are they different witnesses?
Different witnesses, my Lord, different witnesses, some similarity, but mostly different witnesses. But there would be similarity as to the leading up, in other words, the investigating officer. Of course, that would be the same. But there are different documents. For the one, 3, and the other one, 2.
I know the documents, but might be different. But remember, I've seen the explanations of plea, the section 115.
Yes.
And you saw what happened yesterday. And don't worry, I'm going to stretch to 1 o'clock now, because I want to clear this up. What happened yesterday, that although there might be different documents, it could be a J88, or it could be a videographer, if a videographer was used. And there are touch points, then we waste a lot of time by interrogating something in the one trial within a trial, and then have to go back to it in the next trial within a trial. One way of doing it is to say, we isolate, because that's the whole idea. We isolate the admissibility of 2 documents relating to 2 accused.
Yes.
And we present all the evidence on that. Remember, we don't have a jury system. And then I can decide once and for all on that.
Yes.
I would propose you think about it. Council can have, if you don't agree with my proposal, you can make submissions to me and then I'll make a ruling.
My Lord,
how I'm gonna deal with it.
so just for clarity, you suggest that we rather just do 1 trial within a
One
trial
within
and
a
not 2
trial
separate ones.
With both of the statements, if they are statements. The state present all the evidence on, I take it this is one where the onus is on the state.
Yes.
The state present all the evidence. If needs be, the accused one to take a stand on or call evidence on the admissibility part. We deal with that, I rule on it. And it might be the ruling on the one goes one way and the ruling on the other goes another way.
Yeah,
That's par for the course. But we'll save a lot of time. I can anticipate with 2 people in the same case, where we often waste time is, say for example, there's a J88 of, and I know from the pleas that it relates to accused 1 and 2. Because the basis has been laid there for the trial within a trial. The J88 of accused number 1 might elicit questions about the J88 of accused number 2. The particular manner of keeping the chain, and I don't know whether I saw in Exhibit R the chain that they followed, keeping their chain. There might be similarities, or there might be one common official that played a role. So now you have to lead that evidence again, because remember, it's in a compartment of its own.
Yes.
So you can't then take it from this and put it in there, unless there's an agreement. And often, in criminal trials get dragged out because things that can be admitted and or agreed to are not agreed to, because that's the nature of litigation in criminal courts have developed, unfortunately so. So let's do that. Let's think about it. And then if we need to kick off with it this afternoon, we can kick off with it. If I can have my way, we can potentially if we can get to the end of the state's case on the trials within trials. I know it might be optimistic. I don't know how many witnesses you have. Because remember, we're only dealing with admissibility,
Yes, my Lord.
not the content. I will also have to determine what is the challenge
Yes.
to the statements.
Yes.
Because it might be that we don't even need a trial within a trial.
Indeed, my Lord.
So I'll have to hear all of those submissions.
Indeed, my Lord. I wanted to specifically
So,
request you to.
It's
also do
25
that.
past 12. I'm going to adjourn till 1:15. Right. And then, if you agree that it's not a trial within the trial phase, that's on the second one, you tell me. Otherwise, I will have to hear submissions before we go there. We
Yes,
can do the
my-
witness, we can do the submissions, just as you please.
My Lord, it will just definitely also assist us for the planning, just as background. In the planning of these, for the one trial within a trial, we potentially have 23 witnesses,
Why?
and for the other one, 20.
Why?
That is if everything has to be proved, if the whole chain, everybody, that's why I'm saying potentially. So we can definitely limit the issues and also the number of witnesses once we know exactly what the attack on the admissibility is, and whether it goes into the contents of the document, whether it was said, whether it was their own, that all depends, the issues in the trial within a trial.
Okay, at 1:15, we'll decide all of that. The council must prepare to address me on it,
Thank you, my Lord.
and then we take it from there.
As the court pleases, my Lord.
But I don't want, as we used to do in murder cases, somebody come into the stand that I got there was a body with a shot to the head, and the head was lying in a northerly direction and the feet in a southerly direction. I don't want that. Good. Court will adjourn till 1:15.
Until when are we adjourned? I'm sleeping my feet. I'm so
but if the witness overlaps between the two different inquiries, then it's convenient to do it in one.
I concede that one, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nkabai, your views?
Good afternoon, my lord. I have no objections to travel in a trial.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarine, unless you have an objection, you can just indicate to me that you have none, because we have to adjust everything.
I have no objection.
Good. Thank you. Then that's the way we go. We shall have one inquiry, or in one hearing, and I will then decide. So let me just explain, because there's a big public interest in the matter, so that the public understand what we're dealing with. I first have to determine whether these, they call it extracurrial statements. In other words, it's statements made outside of the courtroom, whether they are admissible as evidence in the case. Now, when one deals with, as the state indicates, a confession, the test is a little bit higher than with normal admissions. It's isolated from the main case so that the evidence led there may not contaminate the main case. Because sometimes in that inquiry, the court makes credibility findings, can be on a witness for the state or the accused, and that is isolated. The fact that somebody in a trial, within a trial, conducted himself in a particular way doesn't mean it carries through. So in the cases prior to 1961, where we had a jury trial, the juries would have been excused and it would be dealt with by the presiding judge. We don't have juries, so I decide on everything, but it's isolated. We will now proceed with that process. First inquiry will be only on the admissibility, so it's all the requirements for admissibility. I will then decide on that. If I decide it's inadmissible, the state cannot present the contents of the statements or the videos. If I decide it is admissible, we go on to the presentation of that evidence onto the record. So don't expect any fireworks or things that somebody had said until we get to the second stage, if we get there. Let's go, Miss Honorable. Don't tell me my throat is playing up as well. Yes, you want to call Captain Lombard?
I-14 in the case docket, and he is number 1 on the list of state witness, being the
Thank you.
investigating officer.
Jerry, may you swear in the witness, please?
Taking the prescribed oath. You swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. You may be seated. And just for the record, it's Lombard with 1 L.
Yes.
The number 1 on the list of witnesses. It's a bit tight for you. So we're moving from one Lombard to another. You sat in court for the last few weeks, so you know the drill. Do you wish to testify in Afrikaans or in English?
Afrikaans, Ela Akbare.
Afrikaans. Good.
My lord, I'm told it's a Lombard thing. Apparently they all speak very fast. So I'm also going to try to stop him and get him to speak slower.
At least he's got one less A, so maybe it will be slower. Good. Yes,
Thank you, my lord. Captain, you are a captain in the South African Police Services.
He is a captain in the Dienste van Afrikaanse Polisie.
Dis korrek, Ela Akbare.
That's correct, my lord.
And currently, you are stationed at the Provincial Organised Crime Investigation Unit, and more specifically, part of the Anti-Kidnapping Investigation Team, or desk there.
Yung georganiseerde misdaad in die Weskaap, voornamelijk plek
Spesialis.
gespecialiseerd in ontvoering.
Dis korrek, Ela Akbare.
That's correct, my lord.
You are also the investigating officer in this case.
He is ook onderzoek aan de zaak.
Dis korrek, Ela Akbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell the court about your background, your career background. How long have you been in the police? Where were you stationed? What's your history, career history?
Kan ieder in de opgestelde kennisgeven waar gestationeerd is, hoeveel jaren, diensten en ontvangen.
Ela Akbare, die jaar
any Xhosa speaking witnesses this afternoon?
Not this afternoon, no, my lord. No.
I am going to temporarily excuse my registrar to just accompany Ms. Pulani so that she can have her medical condition attended to. And she will return in the morning. Ms. Riley Chetty will return in the next 10 to 15 minutes. She's just going to drop off. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt
No
the
problem.
evidence. Thank you.
No problem, my lord.
Ela Akbare, die jaar
This year, my lord,
gaan ek wees 22 jaar in die polisiediens.
I'll be 2 years with SEPS.
Uit die 22 jaar
Out of this 22 years,
is ek direk na my collegeopleiding by die sleuters aangesluit.
directly from my college training, I was accepted admitted to detectives.
Ek het my speerdiens jare begin by Mitchellsplein spelers.
I started in my service as a detective in Joshlin.
Ek was in Mitchellsplein, het was my mandaat waar ek in die laaste paar jare gewerk het met die ernstige geweldmisdaad ondersoeke.
At Joshlin, my mandate was to work with the violent crimes unit.
Ek was ook blootgestel aan bedrogondersoeke
I was also exposed to investigation of fraud
en vele ander misdade wat ons ondersoek het.
and further other offenses which we would investigate.
In die jaar 2013
In the year 2013,
het ek begin by die provinsiale kantoor by die speerdiens.
I started at the provincial office of the detectives.
Daar was my ondersoekwerk ook met die ernstige geweldmisdade.
At that stage, there also, my lord, my duties was also with the investigating of violent crimes. Serious and violent crimes.
In 2018 het ek by McGregor Speertak begin as die speerhoof. McGregor Speertak. Ja, dis korrek, Ela.
As the detective head, is that what you said? Speerhoof?
Dis korrek.
Detective head at McGregor Detectives.
So my pligte het verander van ek was
My duties changed.
waar ek basies die spiertak, ek was in bevel gewees, ek moet my lede leiding gegee het met ondersoek asook die ander administratiewe gedeeltes wat
I was in charge. I had to lead my members, give some training.
wat ook afgehang het van wat ander bestuursverpligtinge is. Dit was deel van my mandaat gewees daai tyd.
It all depends as to what my job would be, and then part of my mandate as well.
2022 in Januarie maand.
2022 in January,
Ek het begin by die Doringspiertak as die spierhoof.
I started at Warren's detectives as the head.
My mandaat was dieselfde gewees soos in McGregor. Dit was net op verskillende kantore gewees.
My mandate was the same as McGregor. I know there was different offices.
Ek was daar gewees tot en met die einde September 2022.
I was there until the end of September 2022.
In Oktober 2022 het ek begin weer by die provinsiale kantoor by Organized Crime Investigation.
At the end of in October, then I went back to provincial crime investigations,
Dis korrek,
organized crimes investigations,
waar ek die pligte oorgeneem het as die bevelvoerder van
I took over the duties as the duty officer, commander,
van die anti-kidnapping investigation groep by die provinsie.
anti-kidnapping group of the province.
This anti-kidnapping team, is that a task team? Is it a unit? Is it a desk? Is it just a subdivision of provincial organized crime? Just explain that to us.
Die anti-kidnapping team
Anti-kidnapping team, my lord.
resulteer onder die Organized Crime Investigation umbrella.
It's under the umbrella of the organized crime.
Ons is 'n tipe task team
We like the task team.
wat spesifiek daarna kyk na kidnapping related sake wat aangemeld word.
Where we would deal with kidnapping cases which would be reported.
Ons vorm ook deel van 'n multidisciplinary investigative approach in die provinsie
We also form part of the multidisciplinary action in the province.
waar daar wat deel maak van ons is soos die DPCI, die Hawks,
It's like the TPCI, the Walkhawks.
van hulle ondersoekbeamptes is deel van hierdie multidisciplinary approach.
Some of the investigating officers are part of the multi-function.
Ons het crime intelligence,
We try crime intelligence.
ons het ook vele ander van die polisie eenhede wat vir ons help wanneer ons as 'n multidisciplinary sake ondersoek.
We also submit some of the other police units to assist us.
So, can you then tell us when and how did you become aware of this matter and how did you get involved?
Can we just maybe adjust the microphone slightly closer to Captain Lombard so that we can amplify the Afrikaans a little bit better? I'm just concerned that not everybody can hear.
Is dat reg so julle?
That's much better, thank you.
Maar ek het die eerste keer van die Joshlin se vermissing gehoor. Dit was op die laatmiddag van die 20ste Februarie 2024.
I first to get to know got information about the getting lost of Joshlin on the 20th of February 2024.
Ek is nie verseker of dit op social media gewees het of op die nuus nie. Ek weet ek was op pad huis toe gewees.
I'm not sure whether it was on the news news or was it social media, but what I can remember, I was on the way home.
Ek het toe begin navraag doen,
Then I made inquiries.
waar ek dieselfde middag begin rondbel het na die polisiestasies hier asook Vredenburg. Ek het 'n kollega van my in Vredenburg polisiestasie ingekry op telefonies.
From Saldanha and from Trenberg. Telephonically, I contacted a colleague of mine.
My kollega het met my meegedeel dat die FCS-eenheid Vredenburg is besig met die ondersoek van die vermiste kind.
My colleague informed me that the FCS of Trenberg were busy with the investigation of this lost child.
Ek het gevra die kontakbesonderhede van die ondersoekbeampte.
Then I asked for the contact details of the investigating officer.
Ek was meegedeel dat Sergeant Milstein van die FCS kantoor
I was then informed that Sergeant Milstein of SS
as die ondersoekbeampte van die inquiry waar dit was 'n navraag gewees.
is the investigating officer of the inquiry.
Ek kan onthou, ek het hom 'n paar keer geskakel, maar ek kon hom nie inkry na my oproep met my kollega nie.
I remembered I tried to call him several times, which I couldn't get hold him from the number which my colleague provided me with.
Ek het toegesien dat op die nommer dat het ook 'n WhatsApp-account wat aan die nommer toe gelink is.
Then I realized on this number there's a WhatsApp account now.
A WhatsApp account.
WhatsApp account which is connected to this number.
Ek het vir hom 'n boodskap gestuur
I sent him a message
waarin ek myself bekend gestel het
where I introduced myself to him
en die rede hoekom ek na hom soek.
and the reason why I was looking for him.
En as hy die boodskap kry of hy met my terug kan skakel of kommunikeer op enige ander manier.
If he received the message, can you communicate, call me or send the message?
Dit was vroeg aangewees waar ek toe weer probeer vir Susan Milstein inkry en in die keer het hy toe geantwoord sy telefoon.
It was early night when I tried to get hold of Sergeant Milstein again.
Ek het hom ingekry.
Then I found him, I got hold of him again.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hulle is nog steeds besig buite om te soek na die kind.
He informed me that they were still busy searching for the child.
En wat hulle alles gedoen het vir die dag en waar hulle soek.
What they did during the day and where would they be looking for, searching.
Ek kon nie alles woord te hoor toe aan die sê nie van, daar was baie lawaai, mense het gepraat aan die agterkant en daar was wind aan die agterkant.
I couldn't hear word by word that he was talking or what he was saying, because there were quite a number of people behind him at his back, and there was also wind. Some voices behind him.
I know what you're doing. You are listening to the English as well and correcting him. That's no problem, but just do it audible, because otherwise it looks as if you are whispering things to him. So that just rather than say what you're saying to him. Okay.
Dis reg wat hy. Die laaste gedeelte van die gesprek het ek gehoor, hy sê vir my hulle is buite, hulle is nog besig om te soek en dit is waar die oproep geëindig het.
The last part is where he said they were busy with the search. That's where the conversation stopped.
This was on the 20th of February.
Dis korrek. Dis reg alweer.
Correct, so
Die volgende dag het ek weer met hom in kontak gekom.
the next day I got into contact with him again.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat die ouers wat Kelly is,
Then he informed me that the parents was Kelly.
Hy het gesê Kelly en Boeta. Ek het nie hulle regte name geken by daai tyd nie.
He said Kelly and Buta. Then real names was unknown to me at that stage.
En hy het ook die naam genoem van Rensie of Rens,
He also mentioned the name of Renzi or Rens,
met wie hulle gepraat het.
with whom they spoke to.
En hulle het met basis weer vir my gesê dat hulle steeds besig om te soek en hulle volg alle leidrade op.
They were still busy with the searching, they follow any other
Leidrade, leads.
leads.
Soos die week aangegaan het,
As the week was progressing,
het ek en Susan Milstein baie keer in kontak met mekaar gekom.
me and Captain Sergeant Marcel had a lot of contact between us.
In die tyd kan ek onthou, het hy aan my genoem,
During this time, or in this time, I can remember he mentioned to me
dat dit voorkom of die ma Kelly
it appears as if the mother Kelly
nie seker is of die boyfriend wat toe Boeta bekend en as my by die huis gewees het, tot sy by die huis kom, en of hy nie by die huis gewees het, toe sy van die werk af kom die laatmiddag.
she wasn't sure whether the boyfriend was at home, and when she came back late.
'n ander aspek wat hy ook aan my genoem het, was
Another aspect also mentioned to me was
dat Boeta
that Buddha
nie gehelp het vir Joshlin soek die aand.
did not assist or help in searching for Joshlin that night.
Maar soos tyd aangegaan het daai week, het Kelly toe gesê dat maar Boeta het gesit.
And that is we progressed that, but Kala said to him that Buddha did assist.
As ek reg kan onthou, julle agbare, is dat die verklaring van Kelly was al klaar bekom gewees.
If I can remember correctly, my lord, the statement from Kelly was already received.
En ek praat nou in 'n korreksie dat dit wel melding gemaak het dat
And the correction, my lord, which has mentioned
dat Boeta nie by die huis gewees het nie,
that Buddha was not at home.
en dat Boeta nie gehelp soek het nie, maar wel
Buddha didn't assist in helping, but
dat sy saam met gemeenskaplede gesoek het na Joshlin die aand toe sy die ontdekking
that
maak.
she was with the community searching for Joshlin that night.
Ons elke dag is 'n gesprek het maar net basies gelei oor wat maak julle as julle hulp nodig, as daar iets is, laat ons weet, as ons kan kom help.
Every day we would have conversations around as to what I'm doing, need assistance, if there's an assistance, can you come and assist?
Ek kan onthou op die Saterdag die 24ste Februarie.
I can remember the Saturday, 24th of February.
Gedurende die dag het hy met my meegedeel van inligting wat daar deurgekom het,
He informed me during the day about information which came through
dat 'n persoon wat gelyk het soos Joshlin, 'n kind,
that the person looks like a Joshlin child
was gewaar gewees in die Beaufort West area.
was seen in the Beaufort West area.
Ek praat aan 'n korreksie, ek dink dit was by 'n total garage gewees.
Under correction, I think it was the total garage.
En dat dit opgevolg gewees het
It was followed up
en dat dit 'n negatiewe uitslag gegee het, dat dit nie
with a negative outcome.
ons het 'n paar keer gepraat daardie Saterdag, die 24ste,
We spoke quite a few times on that Saturday, 24th, my lord.
van hulle was besig met soektogoperasies.
They were busy with searching operations.
En ek het basies so amper elke tweede uur en 'n half of 'n bietjie meer met hom ingecheck om te hoor of alles nog oké is. As hy iets wat het hulle iets nuwe leidrade gevind of dit.
So now within a period maybe of 2 hours, just calling and find out from any information. Was there any leads which have been found?
Tydens ons gesprekke daar Saterdag laatmiddag
During our conversations Saturday late afternoon,
het ons twee, ek en Milstein,
me and Milstein,
het toe gesels oor die, as ek dit kan call, die discrepancies van Kelly en Boeta wat Boeta by die huis gewees het en nie by die huis die twee wat ek genoem het.
and we spoke about the differences between what Kelly said about Butana being at the home.
En Sergeant Milstein het toe vir my gevra of ek die volgende dag, die Sondag die 25ste, kan deurry.
Sergeant Morrison asked me if on the 25th, the next day Sunday, can I come through, drive through?
En of ek saam met Boeta en Kelly 'n onderhoud kan voer.
For me to have a interview with Buta and Kelly.
Ek het ingestem tot dit.
I agree to that.
Ons het toe bespreek dat ons die volgende dag net so, ek dink dit was omtrent half 9 of
Then we discussed that the next day at about 9:08.
of was uit tussen 8 en half 9, so basically half 9 vir die laaste sal ek in Vredenburg wees
Between 8 and 8:30, the latest I was in Friedenberg.
en dan sal ek saam met Boeta en Kelly gesels.
Then I would have a conversation with Buta and Kelly.
Ek het ook aan hom gevra dat voor ek met hulle wil gesels, wil ek net na hulle verklaringe kyk wat hulle afgegee het al klaar. Ek het aan hulle om gevra dat ek wil kyk na hulle verklaringe.
I said to him before I proceed with the conversation with them, I want to look at their statements.
You are now referring to the affidavits, as in witness affidavits that had already been obtained from them at that time.
Dis korrek ja.
Okay.
There was no affidavits in the inquiry that's already been handed in the main trial.
That's already exhibits before court.
Yes, thank you.
Die volgende dag, die 25ste Februarie.
The next day, the 25th of February,
Ek het ongeveer 8:30 in Vredenburg aangekom.
I arrived at around 8:30 in Friedenberg.
By die polisiestasie.
And I went to the police station.
Susan Milstein het die inquiry file aan my gegee.
Sergeant Marston then gave the inquiry file to me.
Ek het toe deur die inquiry file vinnig deurgekyk.
I looked quickly through this file.
Van in daai tyd, ek kan nie onthou of dit toe ek begin lees het, of ek besig was om te lees nie, het Kelly en Boeta 'n verskyning gemaak in die kantoor van die speurders by Vredenburg.
I don't know whether was it finished or not, but Kelly and Buta appeared at the detective offices in Friedenberg.
Soos wat ek verstaan het die polisie
As I understood, the police
van die het vir hulle gebring tot daar van die polisielede het hulle ingebring tot by die Vredenburg polisiestasie.
brought the investigative detectives at Friedenberg police station.
Ek het hulle het my meegedeel dat vir Kelly in Vredenburg opgetel by 'n familielid se huis.
They said, they informed me that they picked up Kelly in Friedenberg.
En Boeta dink ek hulle het hulle in Saldanha gekry in Deerswil.
And Buta, I think, was found in Saldanha as well.
Ek het nie gevra spesifiek by wie se huis nie.
I didn't ask us to specific whose house, at whose house.
Nadat ek vinnig net hulle twee verklaringe deurgelees het en
After I read quickly through their statements,
en spotreading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het.
Spotreading gedoen het op die ander verklaringe wat daarin gewees het.
spot readings through the other statements. I've made some spot readings in the other statements with the there.
En die rede vir dit is dat ek kon sien waar ek sit in die kantoor. As 'n glas.
The reason for that is that while I was sitting in this office, there's a glass.
En deur die glas het jy die sig oor die hele kantoor.
Through this glass, you can have a vision all over the office.
En ek kon gesien het dat Kelly baie onrustig is.
I could see Kelly was very unrested, was restless, was very restless.
Die manier hoe sy daar gestaan het,
The way she was standing,
sy het op en af beide kante toe geloop.
walking up and down from both sides, one side to another side.
Ek kon nie sien of hoor wat sy vir Boeta gesê het nie,
I couldn't hear what she was telling Buddha.
maar ek kon gesien het aan haar gesiguitdrukking.
I could see the facial expressions.
Dit moet seker iets ernstig gewees het.
It could have been something serious.
Ek het toe besluit om na hulle toe te gaan.
Then I took a decision to go to them.
For a second. I just want to be sure that I understand you. Were you now in Vredenburg Police Station or Vredenburg Detectives Offices?
Vredenburg Police Station by the Speederse kantoor.
Die speederkantore van Vredenburg is binne in die hoofgebou van die polisiestasie.
The office of the detectives inside the police station. Office of the detectives inside the building of the police station.
Boeta and Kelly, were they at that stage arrested persons?
Op daardie stadium was Buddha en Kelly gearresteerde persone.
Nee, langer.
No, my lord.
Alright, so you decided you were now going to go to them.
Die besluit die gaan na hulle toe.
Dis korrek, langer.
Correct, my lord.
Toe ek by hulle kom, het ek myself aan hulle voorgestel.
When I was at them, my lord, I introduced myself to them.
Ek het vir hulle gesê die rede hoekom ek daar is om onderhoud met hulle te voer.
I explained to them, told them as to what the reason was for me to be there. I'm there to have an interview with them.
Kelly het iets in die lyn gesê van sy sal moeg van almal die onderhoude wat die polisie met hulle het, is aan mekaar dieselfde ding oor en oor en oor en oor.
Kelly said something in the lines of, she said she was now tired of all these policemen for an interview with her. She must say the same thing over and over.
Ek het ook toe aan Kelly genoem.
I also mentioned to Kelly,
vandag gaan niemand hier vloek en skel nie.
today no one is going to swear here.
Nee, niemand gaan op niemand skree vandag nie.
No one is going to scream on anyone today.
Die rede hoekom ek dit aan haar gesê het was,
The reason for me stating that there was,
ek het verneem by kollegas dat Kelly was die Saterdag
I understood from Kelly, from colleagues that Kelly the Saturday,
die middag was Kelly by die polisiestasie gewees,
Saturday afternoon she was at the police station,
by Vredenburg polisiestasie,
at Vredenburg police station,
waar sy baie onbeskof gevloek en geskel het met van die polisielede.
where she was very rude and swearing at the police members.
En op daai inligting het ek het vir haar duidelik gemaak, ons gaan nie skel vandag nie.
On that information, I made it clear to her, we're not going to do the same.
Ek het aan hulle verduidelik dat ek gaan onafhanklik met elkeen van hulle gesels.
I told them that I will independently speak to each of them.
Die onderhoude het begin met Boeta.
The interview started with Buddha.
Ons twee het in die kantoor gegaan daar waar die glas is en ons twee daar gaan sit.
We went to the office where this class was, and all that's where we went to sit.
Net voor ons ingegaan het,
Just before we entered,
het Kelly genoem dat sy gaan na buite wees, sy gaan rook, en ek gesê dis fyn, sy kan na buite na toe gaan en
she
rook.
said she's going to be outside, she wanted to take a smoke, and I said, that's fine, you can there.
Ek en Boeta toe in die kantoor in, die deur toegemaak.
Me and Muta entered the office, and then we closed the door.
Ons het die gesels was baie oppervlakkig soos dit begin het.
It was a superficial discussion.
Ek wou geweet het wie hy is, waarvan af hy kom,
I just wanted to know from where does it come from?
het hy kinders,
Does he have children?
hoe is sy verhouding met Kelly, hoe lank hulle saam is,
The relationship we had with Kelly, for how long are they together?
en is dit so dat hy bly by Kelly, dat hulle saam bly.
And is it correct that they're staying together?
Na dit het ek hom gevra dat,
After that, they asked him,
vertel my net oor wat het die naweek gebeur, of die dag gebeur voor die maandag.
just tell me what happened over the weekend.
Hy het begin met dat, hy kan onthou dat 'n polisieman het oor die naweek hulle huis besoek.
He said he remembers that a policeman visited their house over the weekend.
Die besoek van die polisieman was oor 'n persoon wat 'n saak gemaak het teen hom,
The reason for this visit of this policeman was about a case which was opened by a person against him.
die persoon het die saak gemaak, maar die persoon vermoed vir hom dat hy hoenders gesteel het.
The person opened the case because the person suspected him to have stolen chickens.
Maar hy het nie geweet enige iets van die voorval nie.
But he had no knowledge about this incident.
Hy het ook met my meegedeel dat die persoon het gevra na sy tekkies.
He further told me that this person asked for his tekkies.
Ek kan nie onthou of hy gesê die persoon het na sy tekkies gekyk het, of die persoon het gevra het nie.
I don't remember whether he to say the person looked at the tekkies, but the person asked for the tekkies.
Ek kon onthou dat hulle het uit saam met die polisiebeampte geloop,
I can remember that he left with this policeman
tot by die polisie se voertuig die bakke,
up to this vehicle, the back of the police,
wat aan die ander kant gestaan het van die stroom agter die huis.
which was standing on the other side of this canal behind the house, canal behind the house, canal behind the house, my lord.
En hy het ook gesê dat dit is wat hy kan onthou wat gebeur het, en dat hulle was ook maar net basis heel naweek by die huis, hy en Kelly met die kinders.
That's what he can remember, and they were all night at home. That's what they basic can remember, my lord. Die hele naweek wat hier aan.
Hy het nie gesê dat oor die algemeen was hulle net meestal by die huis gewees. Oor die naweek wegwerk.
In general, over the whole weekend, my lord.
Die geselskap het te verder gegaan waar hy gesê het, hy kan onthou die Sondag.
Then the conversation went further.
Hy het sy vriend Stefano en Rens by hom aangekom, maar by hulle huis aangekom.
He remembered that his friends Stefano and Renz came to their house.
Op 'n vraag oor wat hulle daar kom soek het, wat hulle daar kom maak het,
On a question that what were they there for?
is dat hy het so geantwoord dat hulle kom altyd daar, van hulle gebruik drugs saam.
His answer was that they usually comes there, they use drugs together.
Die gesels het aangegaan, daar was klein kwestientjies oor wat te drugs en dit, die tik en die mandrix en dit, maar
The conversation proceeded about a little conversations about what was used, the and mandrakes.
ek noem toe vir hom dat daar so regte dat daar argumente Sondag aan by hulle huis gewees het, tussen hom en Kelly.
And then I told him there's some information that there was a quarrel between you and Kelly at the house.
Hy het dit bevestig
He confirmed it
met die rede wat hy my toe gevra het, dat waaroor die argument gewees het.
with the reason that I wanted to know from him what was this item all about.
En hy sê, sy antwoord, actually kan ek het use wat gedownplay, om te sê dit was something stupid.
He downplayed his answer and just said it's something stupid as what he says, my Lord.
Ek kon sien dat hy nie wil deel waaroor die argument gegaan het tussen hom en Kelly nie.
I could see, my Lord, he wouldn't share what the argument was about between him and Kelly.
Argument took place.
En even gesê, want dat is gestreden, dat is verkeerd.
Dis korrek, eerder dit was die Sondag aand gewees.
That's correct, my Lord, that was Sunday night.
Ek het opgelet dat hy het begin ongemaklik word.
Then I realized that he was feeling a little uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net aangegaan met die gesels.
We just proceeded with this conversation.
Ons het toe gegaan na die maandag toe, die 19 Februarie.
Then we went now to the Monday, the 19th of February.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Kelly die oggend vroeg weg is van die huis af.
He informed me that Kelly will left the house early that morning
Met Rachel. Rachel.
with Rachel. She left early that Monday morning with Rachel
Van sy vat vir Rachel na die kleuterskool.
because she takes Rachel to the crash,
En die kleuterskool is baie naby aan die plek waar sy werk.
and the crash would be close, very close to the place she was working at.
Hy het ook aan my genoem dat Joshlin en Rekwoon het agtergebly by hom by die huis.
Then he further mentioned to me that Joshlin and Rokwen remained at the house with him.
Hy het met my meegedeel, ek kon nie exactly sê wanneer nie, of hoe laat nie,
But he said to me, I don't know whether when, at what time.
dat hy kan onthou dat Joshlin en Rekwoon het vir hulle kos gegee,
Joshlin and Rokwen was given food,
en dat hy 2 waterbakke volgemaak het, of Rekwoon het volgemaak, en dat hulle 2 vir hulle daan gewas het en self aangetrek het.
then two basins was filled with water, whereby they wash themselves and then they dress themselves.
Ons gesels het aangegaan waar hy ook aan my genoem het dat sy vriende, Stefano, Reigns en Nilo,
Our conversation went to up to the stage whereby he said his friends, Stefano, Renz, and Nilo,
het in die oggend by hulle huis aangekom,
they came that morning to their house
waar hulle dwelms gebruik het.
where they used drugs.
Hy het ook vir my gesê dat Kelly het ook later die oggend huis toe gekom. Kelly het huis toe gekom later die oggend.
Then he told me that Kelly came home later that morning.
Sy het nie lank gebly nie.
She didn't stay long.
Hulle het tik gebruik
They used stick.
en toe sy weer terugwerk toe.
Then she went back to work again.
Op die vraag wat ek aan hom gestel het,
One question which I posed to him,
was Stefano, Reigns, Nilo by die huis toe Kelly daar aankom.
the question was Stefano, Nilo, and Renz at the house when Kelly arrived there.
Hy het basies geantwoord dat hy kan nie onthou nie,
He basically answered that he can't remember
Van hulle het gekom en gegaan op en af.
because they would come and go, they would work up and down.
Ek het 'n vraag aan hom gestel.
I asked him another question.
So waar was die kinders die hulle nou almal die klomp dwelms gebruik het?
Where were the kids whilst all of you were using drugs?
Hy het aan my geantwoord dat Rekwen binne in die huis gewees het
He answered to me that the Rekwen was inside the house.
en Joshlin het buite gespeel.
Joshlin was playing outside.
Hy het toe verder met my meegedeel dat 'n tyd nadat Kelly terugwerk toe is,
He further said to me, my lord, a certain period after Kelly went back to work,
het hy vir Joshlin gevra om in die huis te kom.
then he asked Joshlin to come into the house.
Maar Joshlin wou nie inkom nie.
Joshlin wouldn't go inside the house.
Sy het buite gebly.
She remained outside.
Ek het 'n opvolgvraag gehad. Het sy met enige ander kinders dan buite gespeel?
I asked him a question was she playing with any other kids outside?
Hy het basies vir my gesê hy kon nie gesien het nie, of hy weet nie.
He said to me he couldn't see or he doesn't know.
Laat in daai tyd wanneer nadat Kelly toe werk toe is Rekwen toe weg na Brother Lou toe.
At that time when Kelly went to work, Rekwen was to
Na Brother Lou.
went to Brother Low. In the time that Kelly went back to work, Rekwen went to Brother Low.
Ja, maar het ook daai selfde tyd het hy ook gedeel dat in daai tyd het Trens vir Joshlin gevra om na kinders te gaan kyk by die huis wat slaap van sy.
At that stage, my lord, I also understood that at the stage, Renz asked Joshlin to go to a house to go and look what her kids were sleeping.
Van toe sy weg is van die huis af, toe slaap die kinders nog.
Because when she left the house, the kids were still asleep.
Hy sê Rens het agterna gegaan
He said that Renz followed.
en na tyd toe kom Rens en Joshlin terug na die huis toe.
After a certain time, Renz and Joshlin came back to the house.
Ek het hom toe gevra nou waar was hulle toe Rens hulle weg was, hulle by die huis gebly.
I wanted to know from him as to where were you when Renz and Joshlin went to the house.
Hy het vir my gesê dat
He said to me that
na Rekwen weg is, 'n tyd na Rekwen weg is,
after Rekwen left,
is dat toe is Rens huis toe.
it was the time when Renz went home.
En so die gedeelte waar Rens die baba gaan kyk, het gebeur voor Rekwen weg is. So ek het kan verstaan vir daai dag hierlo.
You got it up?
Die gedeelte na toe Rens die baba gaan kyk vir Joshlin gestuur het.
The time when Renz and Joshlin to look to watch the baby.
Het gebeur, soos my verstaande, gebeur voor Rekwen weg is van die huis.
That happened before Rekwen left the house. From what I understand.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat Rens is nie lank na Rekwen ook weg van hulle huis af nie.
The father said to me, Renz didn't leave the house long after Rekwen left.
Ek het hom gevra nou wat het van Milo geword?
Joshlin goes to Renz's house. So Joshlin goes to Renz's house.
Yes.
Renz follows.
Dis korrek, dag maar.
When Renz left their house, was Rekwen still there?
Rekwen was still daar.
And Rekwen left shortly after that.
Nadat Rens teruggekom het.
Oh, after Renz came
Ja,
back.
vanuit, soos ek kan onthou het hy gesê dat nadat Rekon geloop het na Brother Lou toe, is Rens toe weer na Rens se huis toe. So Rens moes teruggekom het voor Rekon huis toe gegaan, voor Rekon na Brother Lou toe gegaan het.
He says that after Rens came back, then Rekon left. And then Rens left again after that. That would mean that Rens did go back to her house again.
En dat Joshlin saam met haar gekom het van haar huis af.
And Joshlin came with her from her house.
Op die vraag van wat het van Nilo geword,
On the question that asked us what happened to Nilo,
kon hy my nie antwoord wanneer Nilo weg is nie.
he couldn't answer me as to what happened to Nilo.
Maar wel dat hy, wat Boeta is,
But he himself, Buddha,
Stefano
and Stefano,
en Joshlin,
and Joshlin
het agtergebly by die huis.
remained at the house.
Hy het oorgegaan na die gedeelte die storie dat Stefano het 'n microwave gehad en nog ander goed gehad wat Stefano wil verkoop het.
He went to a story whereby he said Stefano had some stuff, microwave and some other stuff wanted to sell.
En dat hulle kopers moes gekry het of vir die goed.
They must look for people who want to buy stuff.
Hy het dit met meer gedeel dat hulle beurte gemaak het
He told me that they make turns
om die goed nou te gaan verkoop of na iemand toe te neem.
to sell the stuff or take the stuff to someone.
My vraag was nou, wat het dan van Joshlin geword as julle die goed gaan verkoop?
Then my question to him was like, what happened to Joshlin when we were going to sell the stuff?
En is in die tyd wat hy gepraat het van hulle beurte gemaak, as jy een loop, dan het jy aan die ene by Joshlin agter by die huis gebly.
He said to me, my Lord, when we would make these turns, the one leaving, the one with the name of Joshlin at the house.
Ek het onmiddellik toe ek sien dat as ons van Joshlin praat en veral die tyd waar ons die gesels met Joshlin is net om hulle twee. Van nou as Rens is Nilo, ek weet nie wat aan Nilo geword het, ek weet nie, Rekon is weg, Nilo is weg, kon ek gesien het, hy het bietjie meer ongemaklik geword. Toe vra ek vir hom, nou wanneer is Joshlin dan weggeword?
The time when we would speak about Joshlin, I picked up
Wanneer het Joshlin weggeword?
when Joshlin get lost. Because Nilo was gone, so was Rens also. And Rekon.
Ek kon nie vir my antwoord eintlik, het was meer soos, ek weet nie of, ek kan nie geantwoord het in, dat het,
Couldn't answer me, my Lord. It was more of a, you couldn't answer me.
en op daardie stadium van die onderhoud,
But during the stage of this interview,
het ek hom toegevra, nou wat is jou verhouding met Joshlin? Hoe is jou verhouding met Joshlin?
I asked him as to what is the relationship with Joshlin, how is the relationship with Joshlin?
Ek kon agterkom dat hy nie my vraag wil antwoord nie.
I could pick up my Lord, he wouldn't want to answer my question.
En hy sê toe dat ek moet vir Kelly vra.
Then he said to me, I must ask Kelly.
Ek noem toe aan hom in soveel woorde dat
I mentioned to him in so much words that
hy bly met Kelly,
he's staying with Kelly
met die kinders.
and the kids.
Ek is seker daarvan dat hy vaderfiguur is vir die kinders.
I'm sure that he would be a father figure to the children, to the kids.
Maar op die vraag met sy verhouding, hoe is sy verhouding met Joshlin, wil hy nie antwoord nie.
But on the question as to how is the relationship with Joshlin, he wouldn't answer.
En agbare ek het opgeleid dat hy homself toemaak om verdere vrae te antwoord of om dit deel te het aan die onderhoud.
I further picked up, my Lord, that he was closing him up as to have a conversation or take part in this interview further.
Ek noem toe ook aan hom,
I further mentioned to him,
as daar enige iets ernstig gebeur het,
if there's anything serious which might have taken place,
of 'n ongeluk,
or an accident,
wat Joshlin en om Joshlin gebeur het, of met haar gebeur het,
which happened maybe around Joshlin or with Joshlin,
kan hy deel
can share,
van waar ons is, dis is 'n veilige plek,
because where we are at a safe place.
en hy moet nie huiwer om te deel met my as so iets is nie.
You mustn't be hesitant as to share with me if it's like that.
Ek het ook met hom gesê, aan hom gesê dat
I further said to him, my Lord, that
as hy wil gesels,
if he wants to talk,
hy is vry om met my te gesels,
he is free to speak to me
of met my kontak te maak.
or to make contact with me.
Dit is eerder waar ons gesels daai dag gestop het van hy het heeltemal toegemaak.
That's where our conversation stopped on that day, my Lord, because he totally closed it.
Just inquire, also during this discussion that you had with him, did you ask him at what time or stage of the day Kelly came home and what happened that evening after she had come home? Did he disclose any of that to you?
Tydens die ondervraging
During the questioning, my Lord,
het ek agtergekom dat hy kan nie spesifieke tyd aangee oor goed hoe laat dinge gebeur het nie.
I picked up that you can't give specific times as to what times a certain incident would happen.
En ek het vir myself gesê, as ek gaan druk vir tyd,
Then I told myself, if I want to press for time,
en dit was dan vroeg in die onderhoud, gaan ek maklik nie die onderhoud met hom kan verder voer van uit ongemaklik geword van die begin af al.
I picked up that I'm not going to take anything from him as far as the interview is concerned, because he felt from the onset uncomfortable.
So ons het maar net gegaan op wat gebeur van die dag.
We just went up to what happened the day.
Just bear with me. I just want to make sure of one thing. You said that you had learned or received information about the searching of Joshlin that took place on that evening. I just want to know, did you ask him about that? Did you confront him with that information that you had about the search?
Hy het gesê, hy het informasie gekry in verband met die soektog van die aand. Het jy hom gevra daaroor?
His involvement in the search.
Sy betrokkenheid.
Ja, ek het hom gevra.
Yes, I asked him.
Ek het vir hom gesê, informasie is dat hy het nie deelgeneem aan die soektog na Joshlin daai aand nie.
I said to him, information came that you did not take part in the search for Joshlin that night.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hy Stefano
He informed me that he and Stefano
en Nilo het dwelms gebruik
were using drugs
by Stefano's huis.
at Stefano's house.
En hy is eers huis toe die aand na load shedding.
He only went home that night after load shedding.
So did you ask him why he did not participate?
If I go for het deelgeneem.
Van hy en Stefano en Milo het tracks gebruik. Hy gaan rook.
He and Stefano and Milo were smoking drugs.
En dit het gebeur voor die waar ek aan hom gestel het van dat hy sekerlik 'n vaderfiguur is vir Joshlin.
That is after I said to he must be a certain father figure to Joshlin.
Ja, ek kan in die oggend
The morning, my Lord,
van die 19e
of the 19th,
het hy ook aan my genoem
he also mentioned to me,
dat Joshlin op die vraag hoekom is Joshlin en Rico nie skool toe nie,
I wanted to know as to why did Joshlin and Rico not go to school.
dat hulle nie te gesond gewees het die oggend nie.
Then he said that they were not well that morning.
Ja,
Later from yes.
Okay, and when you asked him about the relationship between him and Joshlin, what was his reaction?
En toen ik kwam vooral over de verhouding tussen hemzelf en Joshlin, wat was zijn reactie?
het hy 'n comment gehad eintlik en hy wou nie gesê het oor hulle verhouding nie. Dus het my verwys na Kelly toe, om vir Kelly te vra.
Couldn't give me a comment, couldn't give me an answer.
Please repeat the last part. Just repeat the last part of your answer.
En die laatste gedeelte van die antwoord weer wel.
Hy het my verwys na Kelly toe dat ek vir Kelly moet vra.
He referred me to Kelly and was asking.
Right. So, was that then the end of your interview with him on that Sunday?
Was het nog de einde van die onderhoud met hom op dat zondag?
Dis hier ek daar.
Correct, my lord.
So then what was the next thing that happened? Did you then tell us?
Wat het toe volgende gebeur?
Na hom het ek en ons daar uitgestaan, ek het vir Kelly gekry, ek onthou Kelly was nog buite gesit en rook.
After that, we went out, then found Kelly. I think I remember she was still smoking.
Ons het toe ingegaan na dieselfde kantoor toe waar ek en sy begin het met die onderhoud.
We went into the same office.
Ons onderhoud het dieselfde begin soos met die van Boeta,
Our interview started in the same fashion as with Buddha.
oor waarvan sy kom,
Where is she?
wat doen sy,
What is she doing?
vir kinders het sy die
How
gewone
many kids she has?
Aan die begin van die onderhoud het ek agtergekom dat sy is baie, ek ken die Afrikaanse woord, die edgy.
From the beginning of this interview, my lord, the witness says in his own words, I picked up that she was edgy.
Ek het daarna genoem
I
dat
mentioned that
wat ek vir Boeta gevra het oor die verhouding tussen Boeta met Joshlin, tussen Boeta en Joshlin.
about the question I asked Buddha about the relationship between him and Joshlin.
En dat Boeta sê ek moet vir haar vra.
And Buddha told me that I must ask her.
To that, just when you say that she was very edgy, what do you mean? Just put that into words. Explain what you mean. With edgy?
As jy sê so as edgy kan jy nie woorde vir wat bedoel jy dan?
Ek kon gesien het tot 'n mate dat sy opgewerk is.
I was pick up for a certain page that she was a little bit upbeat.
Did you say opgewerk of opgewek?
Werk.
Worked up.
Worked up.
Maybe just on that point, if I can try and clarify. You've been a police officer for many, many years. Have you encountered people that use stuk regularly in your career? Could that edginess and the worked upness that you saw in her be explained maybe by the use of stuk? From your experience?
Volgens ik on the front kan je die opwerk of opwerk en die edginess van dit veroorzaakt wordt volgens ik ervaren.
Edelachtbare, daar in my ondervinding, wat ek al gesien het.
In my experience, what I've seen,
het ek al different simptome gesien as mense op dik is.
Yeah.
Different simptome.
I pick up the different symptoms.
Ek het al tegekom met gemeenskaplede wat dik gebruik het, kort voor ons by hulle gekom het.
I came across people who use stuk.
Van hulle is baie hyperactive.
Some of them are
hyperactief.
Hyperactive.
Van hulle was aggressief geweest.
Some of them was aggressive.
Ek kan nie dink aan die Afrikaanse woord nie. Kan ek maar die colloquial language gebruik?
Ja, gebruik die colloquial.
Ag, soos 'n Zulu blues. Hulle swing. Van hulle was happy en so te sê.
Witnessing that swinging apparently very happy.
So dit is moeilik om te sê wat die wel in my ondervinding van elke persoon se simptome was baie verskillend geweest.
It's difficult for me as far as my experience is concerned because people's symptoms will be different.
Maar ek weet as jy sien wanneer iemand opgewerk is, jy kan sien dat die ene is nou 'n bietjie frustrated nou. Because die hele demeanor van haar was like, wat nou, maar klaar, ek wil gaan.
The worked up which I saw her was like she was frustrated. She was in a situation like, what now? Let's finish off.
I in any event have Malot, may I proceed? I have interrupted you, so please bear with me. Just as a little bit of background, when you now asked her about her as a person, where she's from and who she is, share that with us, please.
Kan u nog met ons deel en toegeef paragraaf van waar sy is, wie sy is, kan u vir ons nog van 'n prentjie bring?
Sure. Ek het gesê gedaan daar. Kelly het nie meer gedeel dat sy is 'n ouma kind. 'n Ouma kind.
She said to me she was a grandmother's child.
Sy het ouma groot geword.
She grew up with a grandmother.
En dat haar ma en haar ander broers en susters in die Noordkaap bly.
That her mother and her other siblings were residing in the Northern Cape.
Sy het gematrikuleer. Sy het groot geword in Deelswil.
She grew up in Deelswil.
Dat sy is op dwelms.
She's on drugs.
Sy het my gesê sy is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she
is lief vir haar kinders.
She said she loved the kids a lot.
En sy het met my meegedeel dat sy al op verskillende plekke gebly het.
She even mentioned to me that she stayed in different places.
Dat Joshlin en Rachel se pa verskil van Rekon se pa, met Castuel.
Joshlin and Rachel's father were different from Requen's.
Op daardie stadium het ek met my meegedeel dat Joshlin se pa is nie in Diansville meer nie, hy is in die Noord-Kaap.
Then he said at that stage, Joshlin's father was not in Diansville anymore, he's in the Northern Cape.
Did she say Jocelyn's father or Rachel's father?
Joshlin en Rachel het dieselfde pa.
Joshlin and Rachel were the same father.
En dat hulle pa
Their father
in die Noord-Kaap, ja.
is now in the Northern Cape.
Ek kan nie onthou wat die vraag was in daai gedeelte van die onderhoud.
I don't remember as to what part of the interview.
Maar omdat ek gesien het dat sy so op daai is,
Then when I picked up that she was so,
het ek 'n vraag aan haar gestel en sy het vir my gesê dat sy is bang vir niemand nie.
I asked the question whether she is not scared of any person.
Ek kan onthou die vraag het ek maar gebruik as 'n uitlaatklep. As 'n uitlaatklep vir haar om net te sê. Ek het gebruik as 'n uitlaatklep.
Oh, and the list gone now. Thanks.
Uitlaatklep.
I'm trying to visualize always when people testify. So I'm visualizing this experienced detective sitting in the office and analyzing the person sitting on the other side of the table and thinking about the next question. Was that about it? How you did it?
Dit was deel van dit edelagnade.
It was part of it, my lord.
En dit wat sekere goed wat Boeta vir my gesê het, as ook dit wat ek gehoor het van die ondersoek.
It was because of the stuff which Peter told me and some other stuff I heard of the investigation.
The microphone.
Because of certain stuff I told me and other stuff I heard through the investigation.
En as ook om informasie te kry van die discrepancies wat daar is oor was Boeta by die huis, was hy nie by die huis sê, die gedeelte om Boeta, wat het gebeur.
And also the discrepancies between the two of them, whether was Boeta at home, what happened.
So, sy gesels aangegaan het formuleer maar die vraag, maar jy weet aan toe jy wil beweeg.
It's Rando.
Sy is van die Makwaland, eerlijk.
She's from the Makwaland, my lord.
Oorspronklik van die Makwaland.
Originally from the Makwaland.
And whilst we were now dealing with this, did she also tell you what happened to the father of Requan?
Ek dink ek het haar gevra,
I think I asked him,
maar daar was niks wat ek kan onthou wat sy gesê het van die pa nie.
but there's nothing which I can remember that she mentioned about the father.
Want die focus was geweest oor Joshlin, visie familie om Joshlin.
The focus was about Joshlin, who's the family around Joshlin.
I can see that you're thinking, so you're not 100% sure of that answer, correct?
En wat is dat kan visie 100% zeker op die antwoord.
Ik heb gedink daaroor.
I thought yes, my lord.
Wrong for a witness to refresh his memory.
Indeed, my lord. That's why I'm just saying, I don't think that that's going to be an issue. It's in any event in the plea explanation. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. But if the witness wanted to, he would be able to refresh his memory from the statement. All right. So the interview with Kelly.
Was that what with Kelly?
Edel achtbare, ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelos het. Ik heb die onderhoud begin met de vraag wat Boeta met mij gelos het, gelaat het.
Start with the question was, Joshlin left Buddha.
Die vraag wat Boeta bij mij gelos het, the question Boeta left.
The question Buddha left with me about what Joshlin's relationship.
Daar was mijn eerste vraag naar.
That was the first question.
En ik heb daarna genoemd dat Boeta had gezegd, ik ben voor jou vrouw.
I mentioned to her that Buddha said I must ask you.
In context het sy gesê dat sy nie fout sien met hulle verhouding nie.
In context, she said she doesn't see any fault in their relationship.
En dat hulle verhouding oké is.
And that their relationship was okay.
Are you saying this, you're referring to the relationship between Boeta and Joshlin, correct?
Buddha and Joshlin.
Dat sê ek dit daar.
That's correct, madam.
Ik heb toe die verklaring van Kelly, wat die polisie al klaargeneem het bedankt het, ek het begin spel met die verklaring, toe begin te lees.
The statement of Kelly, which the policeman already had, I started reading it.
Met die gedeelte waar ons gekom het, dat sy nou uit die werk het gekom in middag en dat sy sê Boeta was nie daar nie, het sy my gestop.
Up to the part whereby when she was coming from work and Buddha wasn't there.
En ek sal nooit vergeet hoe sy het my geantwoord het tot daar, toe sy my gestop het nie.
And then she stopped me, I won't forget as to what she said after she stopped me.
Van haar stemtoon het van die edgy persoon se stemtoon tot 'n normale stemtoon gekom.
The tone now from the edgy person now become lowers to a normal tone.
En sy sê soveel woorde vir my dat
She said to me so much words
dat sy verkeerd gepraat het,
she said wrong.
dat Boeta wel by die huis gewees het toe sy uit die werk het kom.
She said Buddha was at home when I come from work.
En dat Boeta gehelp soek het.
And Buddha assisted in searching.
Een van die vrae wat ek aan haar gestel het was
One of the questions I asked her, my lord,
dat daar gerugte rondloop
there's information running around
dat Joshlin dat die kinders nie skool toe is nie,
that Joshlin didn't go to school
omdat hulle skoolklere vuil was.
because their school clothing was dirty.
Sy het met my meegedeel dat daai gerug nie waar is nie.
She said to me that information is not true.
Soos die onderhoud aangegaan het ons basies gegaan oor wat gebeur het daai dag.
As the interview was progressing, my lord, we just went on to what happened that day.
Sy het bevestig dat sy die oggend vroeg werk toe is,
She confirmed that the morning early she went to work.
dat sy vir Rachel afgeleid by die kleuterskool,
She left Rochelle at the crash.
dat sy later die oggend huis toe gekom het,
Later that morning she went home
dat waar hulle tik gebruik het,
where they stuck,
sy en Boeta.
saying Buddha.
Sy het ook met my meegedeel dat Joshlin by die huis gebly het,
She also said to me that Joshlin remained at home
terwyl sy by die werk is, dat sy later die middag huis toe gekom het.
when she was at home until she came back later that afternoon.
Did she tell you why Joshlin and Gwen did not go to school?
Yes, it is hoe Joshlin when you school him.
Op die vraag wat ek vir haar gestel het van die gerig dat die kinders is by die huis van die velklere, het sy gesê nee, dis die waarheid.
From what I asked us about the rumors running around about the children's clothing, that she said that's not true.
Because ek het onmiddellik opgelet dat Boeta het vir my gesê is by die huis van die velklere, het was by die huis omdat hulle nie gesond is.
Because Buddha told me that they were at home because they were not well.
En ek sê van wat die mense sê, die klere is vel.
And I said to her, but people say the clothes are dirt.
En sy het daai roe van die hand geskiet.
See that?
Sy het gesê, dit is die waarheid.
She said it's not true, man.
I understand, maybe I'm just stupid, but so
Did you ask her about whether they were well or unwell or not? Or did you just leave it there to simmer for a while?
Ek kan dit wel gevra het.
I might have asked it, my lord.
En die moontlik is dat ek dit daar gelos het.
There's a possibility that I could have left it there.
Maar wat die bevestiging wat ek gekry het is dat Joshlin wel die oggend by die huis gewees het.
But the confirmation which I got, my lord, but Joshlin was that morning at home.
En dat sy die kinders saam met Boeta Rekoon en vir Joshlin saam met Boeta gelos op die huis.
She left with the children, Joshlin, and went with Buddha that morning.
Ek noem te veel, maar in die tyd wat ons nou deur daai gewone goed gaan wat gebeur het.
During the time when we're talking about what happened that day,
Gooi sy ook net in 'n ding waar sy sê dat ek is 'n goeie ma, ek is lief vir my kinders.
she would just contribute that I'm a good man, I'm a very good mother for my kids. I love my kids.
Ek noem aan haar dat daar is gerugte dat
I said to her, there's a rumor
dat sy, en ek het gesê, ek dink gesê Boeta ook, die volgorde van die dag soos dinge gebeur, verander die heeltyd.
that the way you and Buddha explains what happened that day will be different.
En dat ons gaan nou in detail gaan met dit. En tot my verbasing
And to my surprise,
het sy aan my gesê dat
she said to me
Joshlin nie meer in Saldanha Bay is nie.
that Joshlin is not in Saldanha Bay anymore.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe,
She wants to proceed with her life
want sy het nog 2 ander kinders.
because she's got other 2 children.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe.
She must proceed with her life. She's got other 2 children.
En achtbare dit het vir my uit die water verslaan gekom. Ek het nie so iets verwag het gaan uitkom na my toe.
It was quite a shock to me. I didn't expect this to come to me from a mother.
Ek het onmiddellik van haar gevra wat,
Immediately asked
hoe weet sy dat Joshlin nie meer Saldanha virus nie?
what do you mean that Joshlin is not in Saldanha anymore?
Did you say, how does she mean, or how does she know? Hoe weet sy, how does she know?
Sy het aan my geantwoord dat
She answered me that
my kind is weg.
my child is born.
Take it, it's the media. I'm going to come loose tomorrow. I will take them all off. So if people want to attach their things, they must do it properly. These loose pieces of wire, because it's not ours. Because it's irritating me. I'm sorry, Captain.
Lag maar, ek kan nie gehoor wat jy sê nie.
Attach these loose wires to our microphones. If they can't do it properly, they mustn't do it.
En Arno het dit gesê, het ek vir haar al 'n paar keer gevra, wat bedoel sy daarmee? Hoe weet sy?
After she mentioned that, my Lord, I asked her a few times as to what does she mean about that, how does she know?
Sy kon my geen konkrete antwoord gee wat sy bedoel of hoe sy weet.
She couldn't give me an answer as to what does she mean and how does she know.
You know, because you have a statement and you've consulted with a witness. How much more time do you need with a witness? Because you're now busy with, and now I'm talking about just with that interview of Kelly, of that day.
Yes.
Because I thought if we can finish that, but I don't want to go on too long because there's a social worker here that came for a specific purpose. And she was going to come between 1 and 2. But because we changed our lunchtime hours, she couldn't do what she was supposed to do. And she's coming back at 3, so I don't want to inconvenience her again through our process. So if you go up to a sensible point, unless if you can finish by 3 with this interview, you just tell me, we take the break then.
So, if you're now saying that you kept on asking her, what does she mean with this? Or how does she know this, that Joshlin is no longer in Saldanha? Did she ever give you any concrete answer to those questions?
hoe weet jy dat Joshlin Smith sal daarna wees? Het sy vir enige 'n vaste antwoord vir u gegee?
Nee, Lombard.
No, my lord.
And what was her demeanor in your experience as an investigating officer?
Volgens
What was her demeanor at the time?
u ondervinding as 'n ondersoekbeampte, wat was haar voorkoms die?
Haar stem het weer verander na daai edgy persoon.
The tone changed again to the edgy person.
En sy was nog steeds so, hoe kan ek sê, opgewerk.
She was still worked up.
Did she display any specific emotion?
Sy het enige emosie, spesifieke emosie bewys.
Die enigste emosie wat ek opgetel het van haar
The only emotions I pick up from her, my lord,
is daai edgy aggressive, hoe sy haarself oorgedra.
it is this edgy, aggressive as a display of her.
This revelation that she told you, that she said, Joshlin is nie langer in Saldanha nie. Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, want sy het nog 2 ander kinders. Did she say that to you only once?
Hierdie gedeelte wat ons so gesê het, Joshlin Smith sal daarna nie, sy moet aangaan met haar lewe, sy het ander kinders. Sy het dit aan een keer gesê?
Nee, Lombard, sy het dit weer gesê later in die onderhoud.
No, my lord. She mentioned that later in the interview.
Op daardie stadium van die onderhoud was die eerste keer wat sy dit genoem het.
At that stage of the interview, it was the first time she mentioned it.
Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. My apologies. Okay, so after she said this the first time, what did you then do? You now continuously ask her, how does she know this? But she never gave you a concrete answer.
Toe u van vrou, hoe weet u graag, hoe weet u daarvan, het sy nie vir u pas antwoord gegee.
En Lombard, ek het dan genoem in soveel woorde.
I mentioned so and so much words, my lord.
Hoe kan 'n ma
How can a mother,
van 'n kind vergeet in 'n paar dae?
a mother can forget about the child in a few days?
En hoe kan 'n ma so praat?
How can a mother speak like that?
Ek noem aan haar dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
jy sê dat jy so hartseer is oor jou kind,
you say you're so heartbroken about your child,
maar jy wys geen emosies nie.
but you show no emotions.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem dat
I further mentioned to her, my lord,
daar's baie ouens hier buite,
that's mine.
ouers
There are a lot of parents outside
wat sukkel om aan te gaan met hulle lewe. Van hulle kinders is nog steeds weg.
who are struggling to carry on with their lives because their children are still gone.
En hier sê Kelly wat in minder as 'n week besluit om aan te gaan met haar lewe en te vergeet van haar kind.
But here you are, Kelly, for within less than a week that you must forget about your child.
To that.
Het geantwoord daarop. Sy regeer daarop.
Sy is stil gebly.
She kept quiet, my lord.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê dat
Then I said to her, but
jy vra eers hoe ver die polisie is met die ondersoek van jou kind.
you don't even inquire from the police as how far you are with the investigation of your child.
Jy vra nie of enige nuwe leidrade is nie.
You don't even ask if there are any leads.
En haar respons op my was gewees dat wat is daar, soveel woorde, wat is daar om te vra?
Then the response to me was that so much what is there for me to ask?
Ek kon sien daai tyd dat sy was nou heeltemal kwaad geweest. Sy was heeltemal kwaad. Heeltemal kwaad.
Oh, she was completely cross, my lord.
Ek het ook aan haar genoem, ergens in die gesels, dat
I also mentioned to her during this conversation, my lord,
dat daar is mense daar buite
there are people
wat hulle tyd opoffer,
who give up their time,
hulle resources,
the resources of them,
om na jou kind te soek.
to search for your child,
En jy het basies nie belangstelling in dit nie.
but you don't have any interest in it.
My Lord, I think I've realized it is 3 o'clock already. We're not going to finish this now. Can we perhaps, is this an opportune time?
Can we do 8:45 again tomorrow morning? 8:45. So, Mr. Van Rijn, Mr. Apollos, Malmesbury Saps, Miss Smith, Lombard Saps. One last thing, seeing that I'm in the complaining mood this afternoon. Over the weekend, I saw one of the news channels, I don't even know which one it was. After we adjourned, could have been on the weekend, it could also have been Monday, I'm not sure. People were here behind the bench. I saw a clip, a news clip, which was taken where people were standing here behind the bench, recording in the afternoon after we adjourned. I don't know who gave them permission or how this is allowed. I've never heard of the media going onto the bench. I leave my notes and books open here. And I didn't want to see who it was. But you know who you are. Don't let it happen again. The court will adjourn.
Capt.